Okay, 9 a.m. Going to open up the House election law public hearings. Representative Rafter, why don't you lead us in the pledge today? Okay, going to open up the public hearing on CACR 19 relating to redistricting, providing that an independent redistricting commission shall be established to draw boundaries for state and federal offices. Representative Schuett, did I pronounce your name correctly? Yeah. You are recognized to introduce CACR 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of Election Law. For the record, my name is Diane Schuett. I represent the town of Pembroke, which is the entire district of Merrimack 12. My little speech here kind of tells you that my town is lucky right now because it's the only town that comprises Merrimack 12. However, I think we're all aware that a lot of towns get coupled with other towns through redistricting that they have very little in common with. And one of the reasons that I've been following this process to try and get non-biased redistricting done is so that we can overcome that and have a little bit more common sense, I hope, in the districts that we put forward and that we all get elected from. That concept is what prompted me to introduce two previous CACRs, CACR 9 in 2019 and 20, which missed reaching the necessary 2/3 vote to pass the House by 5 votes. So we came close. Then I introduced a companion bill in 2021, CACR 4, which ended up just dying in the midst of the pandemic. I still do believe, however, that a large majority of the voters around the Granite State want to see fair, non-biased redistricting that doesn't favor either party, particularly with the large number of undeclared voters that we have. So that's why I have introduced CACR 19 to have redistricting done by a commission that is as unbiased as possible rather than by sitting legislators. So I present to you CACR 19. I hope that we can get this done to let the voters' voices come through, let them vote on this. If we can pass a CACR, that's what happens. The voters get to vote on the question. And that's about all that I have. If there are any questions, I will try to answer them. I will tell you if there are technical questions. One of my co-sponsors, who's a member of your committee, helped me craft the more technical setup in the bill, and she would probably be better able to answer technical questions.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Schuett. Next up is our own Representative Lane.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Connie Lane. I'm a representative of Merrimack 16, which is Concord Ward 2. So as you just heard from Representative Schuett, our existing system of redistricting does not result in districts that fairly represent voters. Nationally, both parties have drawn lines that favor their own party and have done so for decades. Both parties are guilty of protecting and expanding their power through redistricting. And our constituents know it, and they're not happy about it. For anybody who attended the redistricting hearings that we had 2 years ago, you should know that. I don't think anyone spoke in favor of the maps that we ended up with. Gerrymandering discourages participation in our constitutional democracy and makes our constituents jaded and cynical because they feel like, why vote if the outcome's already determined? For these reasons, we need to change our system to make it more transparent and less political. We may never be able to remove politics totally from redistricting, but we certainly owe it to our constituents and our constitutional democracy to try to reduce its impact. Remember that we took an oath to represent all of our constituents, not just those who are in our party. We owe it to all of them to do the best job we can to be fair in how we create districts. This constitutional amendment establishes an independent redistricting commission to create new districts every 10 years. It's similar to the bill that we heard earlier, HB 1426. It will help us achieve a fairer redistricting process than the one that we have now. It's designed so that the voters draw the lines, not the leaders of our parties. The purpose of the commission is to make the redistricting process more transparent, because it's done in public, and impartial by establishing standards for who can serve on the commission and criteria that must be followed when drawing the maps. For those of you who hesitated about the previous redistricting bill because the legislature did not have final authority over the maps, this is your solution. It will change the Constitution that will allow the commission to do so. It amends the Constitution. These are the critical factors in the bill. The commission is not evenly split between Democrats and Republicans. It includes independent members not affiliated with either party. This helps prevent deadlock. The commission has binding authority to implement the new district lines independent of the legislature, and members of the commission cannot be current elected officials, so none of us, recently retired politicians, or political appointees, and they are not appointed by political officials. The amendment does not choose commission members as was done in previous bills that have been before the House. They are not chosen by the leadership. They are chosen by judges selected by the Secretary of State. While the process seems burdensome, it actually worked in Colorado, which is what the bill is based on. And it accomplishes a selection of balanced, as non-political commissioners as we can get, that will draw fair maps. Is it perfect? No. Is it better than what we have now? I think so, because the selection process dilutes the political incentives. There are about 20 states with some type of redistricting in place, and not all of them have worked smoothly, as pointed out recently by Chairman Berry when we were in the exec session for HB 1426. The Redistricting Commission in Michigan violates the Voters' Rights Act and has been ordered to redraw the districts around Detroit. For those of you familiar with redistricting terms, they cracked Detroit. In other words, they sliced it up into multiple districts rather than pack it in, which is what they had done in the past. But before we dismiss the concept of an independent commission based on this one faux pas by the Michigan commissioners, it was their first time doing this. Remember, how many times have our maps been challenged? In my memory, at least for 3 different decades. And how many times have other states' maps drawn under something similar to what we do have been challenged? It's innumerable. I didn't try to add them all up, but it's quite a bit. Do not be too quick to dismiss a commission simply because it is not perfect. Our current system is more flawed. Interestingly, though, the Michigan Commission drew maps that made for more competitive races across the state, and their experience this time around will inform their work in 2031. Now is the time to change our redistricting process. None of us know what party, might not be either one of ours, will be in power in 2030. So this offers an alternative to both parties to establish a neutral process that benefits our constituents and assures us that the other party will not be drawing lines favoring itself. As an added note, I have 2 sections of the bill that need to be amended. On page 1, line 26, and I'll give this out to people. On page 1, line 26, the last word should be 0, not 1. And on page 8, the last 2 words on line 7 through the first 6 words on line 10 should be deleted and replaced with language that makes it clear that to approve a map, the commission must have 5 votes, which includes at least 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, and 1 independent. Thank you.
Will you
And
take
now
questions?
for questions.
All right, the answer to that. Go ahead and guess, Representative Waring.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned that it made the races more competitive. Is that the goal of the redistricting?
Transparent and more fair. Yes, more competitive. That's how they use the term. In other words, they're no longer strongholds for red or blue. They're evenly divided by certain criteria that they did. And that's why they ran into trouble and just in Detroit. So
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rafter.
Just a question, would this make it more likely that towns that have sufficient population that are entitled to their own rep would actually get one as
Yes.
a result?
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Phil Hatcher.
Phil Hatcher from Dover. I was a member of the technical team for the Mapathon Citizen Redistricting Project. I need to start by correcting some misinformation from the executive session on HB 1426. The Mapathon project is not suing anyone. Instead, the cities of Dover and Rochester, after reviewing the New Hampshire House maps drawn by the Mapathon team and the underlying supporting data, decided, after public debate and votes in their city councils, to bring a case challenging the constitutionality of the maps approved by the legislature and signed by the governor. This case is not about partisanship. It's strictly about the proper interpretation of a sentence inserted into the New Hampshire Constitution by a 2006 amendment. Dover and Rochester found our maps compelling because they were developed with full transparency. The criteria we used are available on the project website. During the HB 1426 executive session, we were also criticized for our choice for the congressional map. But actually, if you do not like our conclusion, you really should critique our transparent criteria and clearly state your own criteria so the public can evaluate them both and reach their own conclusions. Transparency really is the key. People claim that redistricting is inherently a political process, but if transparent criteria are agreed upon and are used to evaluate any proposed map, then redistricting for partisan advantage can be largely eliminated. People say that redistricting commissions in other states have had disastrous effects because the legislatures have ignored and overrode the work of the commission. But in New Hampshire, redistricting input and questions from the public are routinely ignored. Is this not a disaster too? People say that redistricting must be done by the legislature because it is closest to the people and therefore can be better held accountable for its work. But in fact, partisan gerrymandering has largely eliminated any accountability. Most New Hampshire representatives do not face any challenge in the primary election and only token opposition in the general election. People also talk about judges being emboldened to get involved in redistricting, but my reading of the redistricting decisions tells me that judges are in fact very reluctant to get involved and only do so when the redistricting process breaks down, usually because of a lack of agreement between the governor and the legislature. I think the judges would be very happy if the legislature and the governor could agree on a process that would actually succeed more often. This is not really a partisan issue. With the Republicans in the majority right now, they are taking criticism for their redistricting decisions and for their antipathy towards establishing a commission. But in 2009 and 2010, the Democrats controlled all the levers and they did not enact a commission or any other reform. They deserve criticism for this failure. In addition, survey results consistently indicate that solid majorities of voters of both parties dislike partisan gerrymandering. If you doubt these results, then put your money where your mouth is and approve CRCR 19, and let's see whether the voters really do want reform. Finally, I believe in 50 years, people will look back on this time of intense partisanship combined with the development of powerful technology to enable extreme gerrymandering, and wonder, why did it take us so long to fix this problem with our democracy? Why were politicians so entrenched and so reluctant to actually have to compete for their seats? Thank you very much.
We'll be taking questions.
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Linda Bundy.
There we go. Good morning, Chairman Barry and members of House Election Law. My name is Linda Bundy, and I live in Antrim. I support CACR 19, the constitutional amendment concurrent resolution to establish an independent redistricting commission to draw the boundaries for state and federal elections. Our current process for redistricting resulted in gerrymandered maps being drawn after the 2020 census. The most notable examples are our New Hampshire Senate maps and the maps for Executive Council. This constitutional amendment removes the drawing of the maps from the legislator and places that responsibility with an independent commission. Members of the commission are New Hampshire residents of 2 years or more who have not held specified offices at the federal or state level for 10 or more years. The process requires public input and support from Democrats, Republicans, and undeclared voters. There are clear guidelines for drawing districts. CACR 19 will create a more transparent process and eliminate undue political influence in the creation of districts. Elections will be more competitive, and it will be the voters who will determine the outcomes rather than the politicians who drew the maps. I ask that you vote ought to pass on CACR 19. Thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions, Ms. Bundy? No, no questions. All right, next up is Liz Tantarelli from the League of Women Voters, New Hampshire.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm from Newbury. I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. And despite some comments from an earlier executive session, we are a nonpartisan organization. We support neither party, and when it comes to redistricting, we know that whichever party is in power is the one that will benefit from drawing the maps. And we've seen that in other states. And it all depends on how strongly you feel about your chances in 2030, your party's chances, whether or not you want the legislature to draw the maps or a citizens commission. I'm going to argue a little differently, though. I recently was speaking with the leader of Common Cause in Ohio, and they have made some legislative attempts in recent years to reduce partisan gerrymandering, and they were not successful because ultimately the legislature drew the maps they wanted. Now the citizens of Ohio are gathering 400,000 signatures around the state in order to get a constitutional amendment on their November ballot, and they're well on their way to achieving that. They want to put the power of drawing the maps back into the hands of the people through an independent commission. Now, we, of course, don't allow ballot referenda in New Hampshire, and for the most part, I'm happy about that. But you, the committee and the legislature, have the ability to do the same thing here. That is, let support for fair maps be decided by the people via the ballot. So whether you support an independent redistricting commission with the power to make a decision, or you believe that only the legislators are capable of doing this, I don't think that's the issue today. The issue is whether you have the courage to put that matter before the voters in November
And you can do that by supporting CACR 19. I will take questions if there are any.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And last up is Catherine Langle.
Good morning. I have with me an unfortunate amount of paper because my boss is ill. So I'm going to pass that around after. That way there's not shuffling. And I know Representative Barry is not the biggest fan of that. So, of course. So I'm going to take this opportunity. Oh, for the record, my name is Catherine Langell, and I am 20 years old from Concord, New Hampshire. I'm serving as Open Democracy and Open Democracy Action's Public Policy Fellow, and I'm a student currently at St. Anselm College, a political hub, and also one of the hubs for talking about redistricting and learning about it and talking about it in a nonpartisan manner. I'm going to take this opportunity to echo what many, many people behind me said about opportunities to represent your voters and your constituents as opposed to just those members of your party. In addition to, let's see. Yes. So the Brennan Center for Justice states that done right, redistricting is a chance to create maps that, in the words of John Adams, are an exact portrait, a miniature of the people as a whole. So historically, New Hampshire has called like special committees, and every 10 years you'll redraw these lines. And it's party leaders who have this huge say. An independent redistricting committee would ensure protections from partisan gerrymandering efforts, encouraging all New Hampshire voters to be heard, regardless of party affiliation. And I'm going to just echo these lovely people behind me and move on. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll be taking questions.
Absolutely.
Are there questions? No. And thank you for not passing out your written testimony during. I really, actually, genuinely, I've said it before. That is a huge pet peeve of mine. Thank you for recognizing that.
Of course.
That goes miles for your case, believe it or not. It's way more amicable. Last up is Mara Chappell.
Yes. I think so. Here we go.
Hi. I feel like long time caller, long time listener, first time caller. You've all gotten emails from me over the past few years. My name is Maura Annette Chappelle, and forgive me, I wrote it in the back. I wasn't even certain I was going to make it to Concord today. I don't represent anyone. I call myself the self-appointed representative of Coos County as a whole. So I support the bill. I'm torn between trying to be on the commission or running for Coos 7, which was my original intent, because now I can't do both, but that's how much this matters to me. I live in Jefferson, which is now part of Coos 7, the Floterial District, that attaches Jefferson to Berlin through a set of woods. I have to drive 35 to 40 minutes through two towns to get to it. We have zero to do with each other. Some representatives, after the maps were drawn and I complained, bragged to me that they deliberately gerrymandered the map so that Jefferson would be with Berlin because they foolishly believed that the conservative town of 1,000, and that's an exaggeration because our vacationers registered there too, that the town of 1,000 would outweigh the 8,200 people in Berlin. That's not going to happen. That doesn't count the prisoners. Even with the addition of Whitefield and Twin Mountain to the map after that, even with the addition of Whitefield and Twin Mountain to Jefferson, the district of 8,200 people in Berlin still outweighed the cumulative voters in both of those towns. Berlin does not have woods, so it wasn't 1/3 of the city voting on Coos 7, it was the whole city outweighing those three towns. The redistricting matters so much to me that I'm actively seeking an apartment in Berlin so I can win the Coos 7 seat. Jefferson and the small towns matter to me so much that I'm willing to leave it to preserve it. Also, I support this bill because I'm seeking representative and senator support to change the Senate and executive councils be by county instead of apportionment. Right now, Coos County is essentially unrepresented in both. Towns, bridges, and mountains are used on New Hampshire promotional materials, but with the mere 9 reps we have because of our small population, which I'm happy to maintain that low number, The senators and executive councilors are more focused on the more populous Carroll and Grafton counties. We have very little say in the State House, so almost no voice in how to preserve our own rural way of life.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have anyone else signed to speak. Representative Akenberg, can you pass you that blue sheet? And I should have had the online submission up, so I apologize for that. Not on my game. CACR. Okay, and the blue sheet is blank. There's no one signed up, either for or against that didn't speak. CACR 19 online had 241 in support and 5 opposed. With that, I will close the public hearing on CACR 19 and open the public hearing on House Bill 1098, relative to ballots delivered to elder care facilities. I don't have a pink card for anyone to introduce this bill. Do we know who's introducing this bill? House Bill 1098.
I can. He was in a meeting. You want me to go get him? Or you want me to introduce the bill?
If you could, Representative, do us the favor, because we do have a tight schedule today. I will give Representative Edwards the opportunity to speak if he comes in later. So what will happen is introduce the bill. We'll conduct the public hearing. I'll recess the public hearing so that if he does come in afterwards, we can give him the opportunity to speak. Thank you for taking the thank you for introducing House Bill 1098.
Excellent. For the record, my name is Tim Cahill, Representative Tim Cahill from Raymond, and I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1098 relative to ballots delivered to elder care facilities. And I spoke to Representative Edwards, and he saw this as a way to add some oversight and an ability for people to report any irregularities regarding ballots being delivered to these facilities. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, and I take it you won't be doing the questions, or
I could attempt to answer a question if someone had a question.
All right. Do we have questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Representative Weary wishes to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So would this be handled? So deliver absentee ballots, and would there be some sort of certification or affidavit associated with the proper identification of personnel or people in the facility?
I don't know the answer to that question. What I do see is that on line 5, persons authorized in this section shall ensure the process of receiving and marking. So this is just about, I think, overseeing the process of.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Hamlet. I will remind the committee, the representative is being kind enough to introduce the bill, so let's not throw too many hard balls.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Don't we do this already? I believe in the city of Portsmouth, the clerk goes to the various nursing homes. Maybe we're doing it illegally.
That may be true. I don't believe that in my town we have someone doing this, so I was kind of intrigued by this. We have an elder population, and anything we can do to ease the access of voting for our elders so that they can vote, I see it as a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, and thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill. Next up, we will do Sloan Buxton. I'm having trouble reading the card. Did I get it right? Nope. All right. I tried.
Am I on? Yeah. Sorry about that. That's my handwriting. It's Susan Buxton. And I am the State Long-Term Care Ombudsman. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I was here last year as well on this bill, and I'm here again this year to oppose it. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman is an Older Americans Act program, and we represent the rights of individuals who live in long-term care. And the reason that I oppose this is because it seems to place an unnecessary burden on those living in long-term care and also for the municipal voting personnel to process ballots for those individuals. There are several reasons that individuals who reside in long-term care facilities need to be able to request absentee ballots. They are related to usually either their short-term rehabilitation and they don't have a way to get to the polling place or unable, or they have ambulation or care needs that make it difficult for them to access their polling place. So within RSA 657-17, there's already a process for individuals to request an absentee ballot and to sign the if they need assistance for someone to sign the affidavit that they have assisted them. This language seems a little confusing because it seems to add an additional burden whereby the town clerk would have to process the absentee ballot. And I would remind you all that we have 78 nursing homes and 143 assisted living facilities in New Hampshire with approximately 14,000 residents. So I selected one town to highlight, which is Dover, which has 8 assisted living homes and 3 nursing homes with a total of 875 residents. So I'm not sure how this process would work for the town clerk to have to process those absentee ballots when we already have a system in place for individuals to vote by absentee ballot. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of approximately how many long-term residents do request absentee ballots?
I don't know that we
At your
have any way
facility
of. I will tell you that our office gets out and reminds facilities every year. You know, we're kind of gearing up now to talk to facilities to remind them that they may have individuals living that in their facility that want to vote by absentee ballot. So I think it's important that we're increasing their access and not hindering it.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned long-term care facilities and nursing homes, and just a moment ago, you also mentioned assisted living facilities. Are assisted living facilities classified as long-term care facilities?
Yes, and this bill calls for elder care facilities. I prefer to call them long-term care facilities, being in that age group myself. Yes, they would fall under the definition.
Follow up, please.
Yep, follow up.
And on the same lines, you said 175 long-term care facilities. Would that include assisted living facilities in that number?
There are 78 nursing homes
Right.
and 143
Oh,
assisted living.
I'm sorry, I
Yep.
misremembered. And that would include the assisted living. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Further questions from the committee? I'm confused on the objection because the law says it may, so it's not requirement. Those language says may deliver, not shall. So isn't this just allowing another opportunity for vote?
I think it's confusing. I'm not sure. I saw that it said may.
Okay. Well, we'll have I think there's no other question. We'll have Secretary of State Scanlon can come. Maybe he can clarify.
Fair enough. I did see that, but I'm not sure what the reason would be for that.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I think I know somebody who might.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And next up is Secretary of State Scanlon, who, after his testimony, can probably opine on my question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. I'm here in support of this bill and have worked with Representative Edwards on this issue for at least a couple of terms now. There was a bill that was taken up. It was either last session or the session before that apparently was deemed to be a little too complicated in dealing with this situation, and so it obviously didn't pass. So this is a kind of a milder version of what was presented before. When we're talking about individuals who live in nursing homes or elder care facilities, they actually have a choice of where they want to be registered to vote. They can either remain registered from the community that they lived in before they went to a nursing home or an elder care facility, or they can decide to use the location of the facility as their domicile while they're living there. So they have a choice. That has caused some confusion in the past when the clerks have deputized or given the authority to untrained individuals to go and assist residents of these facilities for the opportunity to vote by absentee ballot. They might take an absentee registration, they might take an absentee application for an absentee ballot, and then in some cases they actually have the ballots with them and can assist those voters if necessary in voting. The problem has come when it is found out after the fact that one of the residents of this facility has voted from the community that they lived in before they came. They filled in an application, forgot about it, and then somebody goes to the facility and they assist them in voting from that location. And that has been a problem. It's unfortunate because that's an illegal situation when that occurs. It's double voting. But at the same time, there are memory issues involved, and you have to be a little sympathetic to that concern. What this bill does simply is just makes a statement that if a clerk is going to provide the service of going to an elder care facility or a nursing home to allow residents there to vote by absentee, that the individuals that are going there are properly trained. So they're either the clerk, or they are an assistant clerk, or they are a clerk pro tem, and not somebody that's simply deputized, maybe an employee of the facility who may take their charge enthusiastically and end up getting voters to vote innocently who should not be partaking in that. So that's all this bill does, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay, we'll start off with Vice Chairman Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Last year, I believe, we had people testifying that they found out that their parents in a nursing home had voted, yet they don't know how because their parents weren't able to, and but somehow or another, they got the absentee ballot sent in and whatnot by the nursing home. Would this help to prevent that from happening?
I believe it would. This is designed to just help eliminate that confusion.
Further questions, Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for taking my question. So in 657-17, Roman numeral 2, B and C, it already addresses residents of nursing homes and residential care facilities. Should those sections be adjusted with this new proposed RSA?
I don't believe so, Representative, because this is simply addressing who can fulfill the role of delivering and assisting with the absentee ballots as opposed to the actual process itself.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Secretary Scanlon.
Thank you.
Next up will be Representative Edwards, who shall retroactively introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm in finance simultaneously. I appreciate Representative Cahill introducing the bill. I wanted to point out that this is the second term in which a bill attempting to do something similar has been proposed. This one feels like it's more narrowly written. It was drafted by key leadership in the Secretary of State's office, so I'm really confident that technically it's a good bill. The motivation of this is much like the vice chair said. It came to me about 4 or 5 years ago. I had constituents in Auburn who were absolutely livid when they found that their mother, who was in a nursing home, who had severe Alzheimer's or dementia, I forget the diagnosis, but she was beyond the ability to act under her own competency. And they found out that she had registered and voted absentee. So this got them curious, and they looked at the previous election 2 years earlier when she was also a resident in the same condition at the same nursing home. And they found that she had been registered and voted under 2 similar but different names. So she cast 2 ballots in the previous election cycle. So, so their request to me, and it seemed pretty reasonable, was, they don't know how the vote was cast, but they know that she had very strong political feelings and that they were upset that maybe somebody had caused a vote contrary to the way she had lived her life. And so this is an attempt to prevent a form of elder abuse. I think it's elder abuse to take somebody's vote from them and cast it without them knowing. So I hope you look favorably at this bill. It doesn't do a lot. It just starts to impose a little bit more guidance on how these nursing home ballots ought to be cast. I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So what type of education is going to be provided to these long-term living facilities?
How much has been provided in the past, or how much would be provided in the future?
Provided now to prevent any sort of errors like you've been discussing in your testimony.
If Mr. Scanlon,
I'll help. I don't
I
think
don't
this bill
know.
addresses that at all.
Okay,
This
thank
is
you.
about allowing the clerk, the assistant clerk, and the clerk pro tem to deliver absentee ballots and receive them in person. I don't believe there's any training. In fact, the argument can be made that there's no training materials actually needed because these are the clerk, the assistant clerk, and the clerk pro tem.
Yep.
All right, further questions?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Edwards. Go back to the beautiful people in finance. I made enough finance jokes last week, so.
I'm trying not to spend your money today, so thank you.
Thank you. We some of us appreciate that. See what I did there? I did it. With that, there's no other people. There's no other cards. Oh, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien. Yes, I'm sorry. Last one up. Our own KPO.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. I just want to quickly say that I support this bill. We had a similar bill a few years ago that I sponsored, and it was a little different. This one it enables the ballot clerks, assistant clerks, or clerks pro tem to deliver the ballots. And I think that's a good idea. And there was a question from Representative Howard about education for people at the nursing home. I think this one will help a lot. It will go a lot in a positive direction, because I had an experience where I was looking for a nursing home for my mother-in-law and spoke to a lot of people at nursing homes, and this came up. The people that are at the nursing homes sometimes feel they don't have enough information and education, and they would like much more guidance than they get because they want to do a good job and do everything correctly. So this would help a lot. And it's not demanding that the clerks do it. Sometimes there's a situation of the county nursing home being very far away from the town that the person comes from, and it can be difficult. But this will help a lot. So I think that gives them the option, and if the people want their clerks to do this, they can discuss that with them at the local level. Okay?
Questions from
Any
the committee?
questions? I'll try.
Seeing none, thank you. Now we're done.
Okay.
There was Three people signed up who didn't speak. Two in favor. One. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. There are two people signed up that didn't speak. Both in favor. And then online there was 6 in support, 21 opposed, 1 neutral. With that, I will close the public hearing on opposed was 21. With that, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1098, and the committee will stand in recess until 9:50. Okay, it's 10:50, so 9:50, excuse me. So we're back. Going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1200 relative to controlled and secured storage of printed paper ballots. I'll recognize Representative Weary for the purpose of introduction of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary, and I have the privilege of serving in Hillsborough County's 13th district, the great town of Hudson, which is also home to the last high school in the United States having an active dairy farm on campus. All right. So the findings in this bill speak to the high public confidence in the safety and security of New Hampshire elections because of the use of paper ballots. Therefore, efforts should be made to maintain those printed ballots in a secure manner from their creation through their disposal after the proper retention period. And this venerable election law committee has also heard about the already well-established controls for counting the ballots, and most of the committee has witnessed the diligent verification process that moderators go through to ensure an accurate count of ballots received at the various towns and city wards. The committee also heard in last week's testimony on HB 1134 that an unknown quantity of overrun ballots are necessarily generated by the very nature of the printing and cutting process, and an accurate count of overrun ballots retained at the printers is not currently required. So various industries already use controls for the secured storage of printed materials for the safety and security of their product. The implementation of additional controls for the storage of printed election ballots shouldn't be an arduous or egregious task and request there. And it should continue to bolster the public confidence in the safety and security of New Hampshire elections. Just to briefly outline the bill, Section 1 pertains to a controlled and secured area as reported by Secretary Scanlon. This already exists, and therefore this merely codifies current practice. Section 2 pertains to authorized access. It probably does need an amendment. Somehow it was restricted to employees. I don't think that was the original intent when I wrote it, but I missed that in the review of that, so my bad. Section 3 pertains to a record of authorized access as granted under Section 2. Section 4 pertains to an inventory of all ballots and the handling of ballots spoiled at the printer. Section 5 pertains to maintaining the security of the printed ballots. Section 6 pertains to maintaining an inventory after printing and distribution. And Section 7 is the transfer of the printing records being transferred to the Secretary of State's office as a record for an extended period of time following the election. Section 8 creates a requirement for a video surveillance as a record of the maintained security for the facility. Surveillance cameras are not prohibitively expensive. A single installation of a camera is in the range of $3,000. So if you estimate 5 such installations at a printer, it might be a baseline cost of $15,000, which is probably not that much in the overall scheme of ballot printing costs. Some costs would be incurred for ongoing maintenance, but these would be a fraction of the estimated startup costs. So as I said before, I think an amendment of Section 2 in particular is necessary, but those end my introductory comments here. I'm happy to take questions.
The questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Weary. Next up will be Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Good morning, everyone. Aaron Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I just want to reiterate Secretary Scanlon's invitation that he gave to this committee last week to come and visit the printing process at the printer and with the accompaniment of our office, of course, so that you can see for yourself the safety and security that our office takes to ensure that our ballots are fully secure, the entire time, from the purchase of the paper through to the printing of the ballots, through to the shipping of the ballots, through to the record retention of all election materials for the required legal time period after the election. As Secretary Scanlon testified to last week, we take the security very seriously. We use a secured facility that takes the security of the materials that they have in their possession very seriously. We do have some concerns with some of the language in this bill that is written. Some of it has to do with the actual printing process. For example, when paper is printed on, the ink has to cure on that actual paper, and that takes time. Sometimes, depending on the humidity or atmospheric conditions in the room, it can be a shorter amount of time. Sometimes it could take up to 24 hours. So when that happens, that material is secure on the printing floor of the facility. And I'm happy to show you this again if you'd like to come and take a tour. So some of the language in here kind of micromanages the process. Our office believes that we do have a secure process, that the materials are are very secure the entire time from when we deliver the blank materials to the office to when we ship all of the ballots out to when we ask the printer to destroy all of the election materials. This bill also calls for I forget the language it uses, but somewhat immediate destruction of materials that were printed incorrectly. In the printing process, the printer needs to warm up. So for each batch that goes through, there's going to be some light printing. And our office has always taken the stance that we do not want those materials destroyed and recycled until after the election, just in case someone were to come across a batch of shredded ballots before the election happens. There might be some questions that come up publicly. So we would like to maintain all of that, those materials within the secure printer until after the election is over. I think that's all the comments I have on this bill. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Secretary. I think you started answering my questions. There are some things in here that you feel are excessive. You said micromanage, but
Yes, micromanage.
but-
Thank you. Yep.
but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are there pieces in here that you wouldn't want codified?
Thank you for the question. I would have to get you the exact pieces that I would not like to see codified, but anything around the curing of the ballots and where they can be located, anything that would require a 24-hour person to be watching those ballots as they cure. Some of the additional language as to the shredding of the materials or destruction of the materials and when that occurs. As I said, I think that our office does a great job right now ensuring the security of our ballots. So I'm not quite sure that this language is necessary.
Yep. Follow up.
Thank you for your answer. What about the video surveillance? What's your thoughts on that?
I would have to talk to the vendor. I believe that they may already have external video surveillance, but I'm not positive of that. We've never asked to see it because when none of the materials leave the building unless they are shipped by our employees. But as far as putting video surveillance in a private company, that might be an issue for a private employer in the state. That would be right to knowable.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
In the kind of opposite, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Kind of the flip side of what you would want eliminated, this is very strictly outlined. So I'm thinking what happens in 2 to 3 years when maybe something new to provide security that your office wants to do, would it then be prohibited by the more narrow language? It's kind of the flip side.
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
that question. And as a lawyer, I'm sure that you you can write that much better than I can in statute, but there may be some issues for that. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Secretary. I don't believe I have any other pink cards in my possession, unless I'm missing some. Representative Horgan, did I miss you? Hold on.
No, he's not on. He's on another bill.
Okay. Did I miss him?
Yeah,
Representative Horgan, we're on House Bill 1200. Are you speaking to House Bill 1200 or 1569? Okay, no worries. Okay, with that, can I get the blue sheet, please? And online, of course, my computer screen just turned
I'll fill
white.
one out when after.
We're not going to be hearing your 15. Wait, are you talking? So you want to speak to 1200?
I meant I wrote down the wrong number, so my
Oh,
apologies.
okay. No worries. I'll just correct the card.
Thank you.
With that, you're recognized. So you're okay if I correct your card to 1200? You don't want to speak to 1569? Oh, 15.
Not yet. Yeah,
Okay.
that's not coming up until much later anyway. So.
Okay. You're recognized, Representative Horgan.
Thank you. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. Also, of course, famous for being the home of the University of New Hampshire. And so I just want to very quickly say I think this bill is unnecessary. I agree with what Deputy Secretary Hennessy said, that they already have sufficient controls over this process. I know it's no fun losing an election. I've actually personally never lost an election, not yet, but I did have one that ended up winning a recount by 4 votes. So you do always wonder how could that happen? And one of the ways you think is like, oh, were there a bunch of like fraudulent ballots somehow snuck into the process? So I understand where people are coming from, but I think there's sufficient controls. And if for some reason somebody did steal a bunch of ballots and or fraudulently print up their own ballots or whatever, I think that would be caught because we track everybody who comes into the polling place, and then we track the number of ballots that go through the ballot box, or those that are done as write-ins. So I'm not sure what this adds to the process. I also like to use one of our favorite expressions around here, unfunded mandate. So this is an unfunded mandate. I mean, it does have a fiscal note, but the fiscal note doesn't say who's going to pay for it or how much it's going to cost. It's going to be a significant amount of money. And also, it doesn't account for so-called UOCAVA ballots, which are people who live overseas but can still vote in federal elections. I guess you all, I don't know why I'm telling you guys this, you're the subject matter experts, but doesn't account for UOCAVA ballots. And also, I see some several guide dogs and the humans. The polling places have those handicapped voting stations, which basically print up a ballot for a person who's unable to read or fill out a standard ballot. So it doesn't say anything about those either. So I just think I think this bill is unnecessary. I think we already count what goes. We already have an exact count of who shows up at the polling place or requests an absentee ballot. We account for everybody who sends in an absentee ballot, and we account for all the ballots that go through the counting process. So I think this just creates more suspicion and more expense, and so I think we should trust the Secretary of State's office, which does an excellent job of overseeing elections, to continue to do this. So this is so in addition to the phrase unfunded mandate, I guess I'll also go ahead and use another favorite expression we hear at the State House, a solution in search of a problem. So I would just say bills. So I think this bill should be inexpedient to legislate. So thanks.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee?
Sure. Whether I can answer them or not, I don't know. But yes.
Seeing none, thank you. And I don't have anyone else to speak after that. There were 2 people on the blue sheet that did not speak, both signed up against online. There were 12 in support and 16 in opposition. With that, I'll be closing the public hearing for House Bill 1200. The committee will stand in recess until 10:15. Okay, it is 10:15. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1264. We have quite a few number of people signed up to speak on this bill. So many of them are new to the election law committee. So what I do in these situations is I always have an order in which I go. So the first thing is I let the state reps go first. The sponsor obviously goes first. Then I usually let the Secretary of State go first, or any other person here from a department. And then I always, as I say, I make the lobbyists go last because they get paid to be here. So what I'm going to do is the state reps that are signed up to speak and the Secretary of State's office and members of the general public, you will go first and you will not have a time limit. Because there are nearly 10 lobbyists signed up to speak of this, my lobbyists are going to be limited to 2 minutes each because I imagine much of it will be duplicative. But the people that are not paid to be here, that came here on their own time, I want to respect you and give you as much time as you wish. So with that, I'm going to, I believe, Representative Page, are you going to introduce the bill? All right, Representative Page is recognized for the purpose of introduction of House Bill 1264.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Sorry, let me read the title real fast. I apologize.
Yep.
House Bill 1264 FN relative to the definition of accessible voting systems. I apologize, Representative.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, members of the committee. I guess in an unusual move for a political person, I will try to be brief. So I will keep it as, this is a pretty simple bill. In essence, it requires that, well, let me back up. Under the current situation with voting in our state, people who have visual impairments or print disabilities have the use of assistive technology, which is really a low-cost, low-tech device. It's basically a tablet that's got headphones connected to a printer. And you may have seen these in the polling places, but you would only see them in state and federal elections. You would not generally see them, but for 2 towns, in municipal elections. So when I told reps this, there's sort of a head scratch. Why is it that we don't have them for municipal elections? And for those of you who did there's a Future Insight, Randy Pierce is here, who did a lunch for the reps in the cafeteria. He had a machine that demonstrates this, and other folks will talk about that. But basically what this bill attempts to resolve is that issue where people who are visually impaired or have print disabilities do not have use of this low-cost, low-tech technology for municipal elections. And I know everyone on this committee and everyone in this body takes quite seriously the secrecy of the ballot. That is fundamental to our right, and we don't need to go in and on about that. So what this bill does is it resolves that, and it requires that those devices be available for municipal elections. And I think that aligns us with our constitutional obligation under state constitution, and aligns us, also puts us in line with federal disability law. The ADA requires this, and Concord, for example, is under a consent decree or a settlement agreement with the Department of Justice because they were under the threat of a lawsuit because they weren't providing this. They do now. Exeter voluntarily does it, but to my knowledge, those are the only 2 that provide these devices. People will talk more about what that looks like, what those devices are about behind me. But so not only do we protect the secrecy and privacy and independence of someone being able to cast their ballot by using the machines in municipal elections, we would be avoiding some unfortunate situation for a municipality who's going to be sued under the ADA and ultimately be required to have to use these machines in any event. These are low-cost machines, anywhere from $1,700 to $2,500 I've seen. I'll let others testify to that. Then they're programmed. They are provided right now by the Secretary of State's office for state and federal elections, but again, they're not in the municipal elections. So this bill would rectify that. I think that's in essence what this would do. It's pretty simple, but it's pretty important. I think we could all agree that the current situation in a municipal election where someone has to tell someone who they're voting for and rely on that person to fill the right oval or whatever it is, even if it's your best friend or you're the clerk, there's something wrong about that. And this bill would solve that problem. So I'm happy to take questions. There's a line of folks that are far more informed than I am on this, but Yeah.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, under the way that this legislation is written, it states that every city and every town which has adopted an official ballot system as provided in RSA 669-12 or RSA 669-13. Does that mean that in towns that have not adopted an accessible ballot system, that they wouldn't be subject to this legislation?
Well, my understanding is that every town and municipality would be subject to it in terms of the alignment with the statutory framework to ensure that, I think that that's the intent. The Secretary of State, I did have a brief conversation with the Secretary of State's office about some statutory alignment, which seems to be to make sure that this would also be applicable for school elections and things like that. So that seemed like a minor, and I'm not speaking for him, and I think Secretary of State Hennessy is going to testify, but something that can be cleaned up with an amendment. All this bill does is just take what we're doing at the state and federal level with the machines that the Secretary of State has now and requires municipalities to do the same.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Quayle, I missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. First of all, I absolutely agree on the importance of the secret ballot. It's one of our fundamental requirements, no question about that. But I have kind of a detailed question on page 2, line 10, where it talks about an accessible voting system that enables all individuals with disabilities to vote without the need for assistance. How do we ensure that there are people with varying levels of disability, of course, and they all deserve the ability to do that. But depositing, conveying the ballot to the ballot box or the vote counting machine is part of voting. And so would this prohibit someone from assisting a voter who maybe can't convey that ballot on their own to the ballot box? Would it prohibit someone from, an official from conveying the ballot for them? Thank you.
Sure. I'm not sure that we could game out every scenario, but I appreciate the question, first of all. Thank you. And, I think the intent, at least with respect to this bill, would simply be within the context of using the assistive technology machine to ensure that there's privacy. In terms of conveyance of the ballot to the machine, is that like, I'm walking to the machine with it? Well, I would presume that under the ADA, if that would be a reasonable accommodation to help someone, that would probably be permitted. I can tell you that, I used the machine in the most recent primary, and it's terrific. It is the ballot. It prints it out, and I, put it into the ballot machine just like as I've been behind without assistance. So one thing I do want to make mention of real quick is, and this is unrelated, is that the new New Hampshire municipal associations are open to. This is a bipartisan bill, right? And it's also got the support of the municipal association, among many others, and they're open to footing some of the bill in terms of the programming costs on this, which is because it goes to the vendor and they make sure it's in line with what you wanted on your ballot. So,
Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. From your understanding, why does the Secretary of State not provide them for municipal elections? And I may have a follow-up.
yeah.
I will ask the same question of the Secretary of State.
Yeah, so certainly they can speak for that. I can say that I've had meetings with the Secretary of State as the interest groups that are involved in this have as well. And so I'll just speak from my perspective about their perspective. And that I think there seems to be some hesitation with respect to manpower, if you will, being able to turn around some of the machines between like the primary in January and a municipal election in March. Do they have the staff to wipe the machines clean from the last election, reprogram and then send them out? I think the good news on that is, we have the machines. The number of towns that would have a be jamming up that kind of packed schedule would be limited because they basically be SB2 towns, right? From, let's say we have the January primary, and then my Exeter is SB2, we have a March ballot. So that's a limited universe. So I'd like to think that somewhere in sort of our New Hampshire efficiency model, we could figure out a way to do that, to be able to not duplicate machine purchasing. I haven't quite figured that out, but the wisdom of the committee might. Yeah.
Representative Brennan? She does not.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of vendors who may be able to do the reprogramming of these devices to kind of take that off of the Secretary of State's plate and allow municipalities to contract with vendors who might be able to, take this on in that short turnaround time frame?
That's a really good question. And my understanding is that, yes, there are vendors that do this for, I think, for a living, if you will. That's their function among many other things. But yeah, I think that there's a well-oiled machine that knows how to program these things. And I think that's, all states, I think, but for us in Hawaii, provide this technology in municipal elections. So there's a marketplace and a vendor that can do this stuff, and they do it. And they currently do it for us, I think. That's my understanding.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My wife taught for many years at Perkins School for the Blind down in Watertown, and so this is near and dear to my heart. I'm just I'm concerned that you mentioned that it's more targeted toward the visually impaired, and I'm concerned that it enables all in page 2, line 10, enables all individuals with disabilities. I'm wondering if that's too broad a scope, and if it might, open up municipalities to additional lawsuits because we haven't provided for every disability.
So that's a good question. And we have a graduate of the Perkins School of the Blind who's a constituent of mine, who's the driver behind this bill. Gene Shiner called me up and said, we got to do this. And I said, okay, Gene, just listen to Gene. But to your question, I think that, and I'm going to let the disability rights community speak to this because I am by no means an expert in this. I don't think that by expanding this to, and it's not necessarily just, they know the universe of folks that would be able to use this particular technology, not just my limited knowledge of telling you. I think the reduction of a lawsuit happens by doing this, not an increase in terms of probability of that. Yeah.
Representative Brennan?
Thank you. Do you know if clerks or election officials have some kind of test that a voter with a disability would need to fill out or complete in order to use these devices, or are they available to any voter that requests access to the One for All devices?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that the best I can, and that is they are available to any voter, is my understanding, that would request them. Yeah. And in fact, as I mentioned, I used it in March. My clerk took me over to the spot and did it. So,
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Page.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up, Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bob Lynn. I'm a representative from Wyndham, Rockingham District 17, and I appear in support of this bill. I don't really have a lot to add to what Representative Page said. The only point that I think I would make, and which I think is really important, is, and I'm sure the Secretary of State will expand upon this, but it's my understanding that in the main, the machines that would be needed for this are already in existence, and the only question is, should those machines be able to be used for local elections in addition to state elections? And as was pointed out, voting's pretty darn important, and it seems to me that it's that the balance there tips in favor of yes, they should be available for local elections. So that's really the sum and substance of my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions if people have them.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm glad to see you co-sponsoring this bill, Representative Lynn. Thank you for that. I'm wondering if it is your testimony that every eligible voter deserves the opportunity to cast their ballot and have that ballot counted.
Every eligible voter who meets the requirements of the law, yes, I do agree with that.
See what you did there. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So under you might not necessarily know, but under the fiscal note for this bill, it labels everything as a local expenditure. Because of your testimony, do you believe that this needs to be something covered by the Secretary of State?
Well, I guess I'd want to hear what the Secretary of State has to say about this. I mean, if the machines are available and it's not, a huge deal, so to speak, to have them simply kind of reprogrammed for local elections, I would, maybe that is something that the state should pick up, or maybe that's something that the municipal association would have something to say about how that arrangement should be worked out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you,
Great.
Representative
Thank
Lynn.
you.
Next up will be Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Good morning, Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. Sorry. I just want to let you know our office does support the use of these devices in local elections. There's some semantics that I just want to walk you through. So I personally had several meetings with the sponsor of this bill starting in the fall to try and work out how this bill could work for local elections and with the assistance of our office. So I just want to give you a little background on what the current equipment that we use as a state for accessible voting. We have a programmed tablet, and it's like a flat tablet that we clean, like the hard drive, after every election. And then when we receive the programmed ballot for each of the polling locations, currently there's 208, we physically program that each individual tablet for that polling location's ballot and test the programming of the ballot in our office. Then we package that tablet up and we send it to each of the local election officials. They are required to test that before implementing that into their state voting at their polling locations as well. What goes along with the tablet is a tent, a privacy tent. You may have seen this at your local polling locations. It's a large white tent. Within the tent is a docking station for the tablet that connects the tablet to a printer and other accessible voting equipment, including a keyboard. And in discussions with the sponsor of this bill, we think that we would be very happy to share this equipment, which is already maintained by the local election officials. The city or town clerk keeps the tent. They keep the docking station. They keep the printer. Unless we upgrade the equipment, they maintain that at their securely storage in their local offices. What it comes down to for our office is the logistics of getting the tablets back and wiping them clean. Not just wiping them down, just wiping the hard drives clean so that we can make sure there's no viruses or anything that were entered into at the polling location somehow. And that the next election can be programmed for that. There does take some time for our office to get them back and to do that. And time is money sometimes. So if we were to share our devices with local election officials, this is something I think we can do, but it just takes it takes manpower and it takes time to do this, which we don't currently have. As you know, our office doesn't just do elections. We have a dedicated IT team that is to our entire office, not just our elections division. So they have other duties as well. If we were to share our tablets, we would need additional tablets because of the timing and turnover of the tablets. And sometimes after a state election, a local, the locals don't always return the tablets to us timely with their return of votes. So we would need additional tablets in the case of that event. What the additional time that the municipality would need is that they would need time to then go to a vendor, most likely the vendor we use since they're using our equipment, to program their local ballot. So this is something that we wouldn't do because each local programs their own ballot. They don't have to use our printer. They don't have to use the setup of the ballot that we do at state elections. So this is something that is done locally, and they still follow the law, but they can do it however they wish to. So there's a lot of time and testing involved, and security of the tablet involved. And I think that's what the fiscal note reflects, is that there's going to be some manpower from our office and new equipment from our office that needs to be purchased. There is one thing that I want to point out in the bill on page 2. There's some, as a Representative Page alluded to, there's some statutory construction issues with the bill. Bottom of page 1, actually, it starts, and it amends RSA 669-25 to read, and it just crosses out the word town and puts in local and adds cities into there. This shouldn't be done in this statute. It should be done in each individual statute. It would cause some election law issues that we see pop up in other areas. So anytime you want to address a local election or a city election, it should be done in those statutes. There's also a concern that some city charters would have to be amended to reflect this, and that would have to be on a charter by charter basis. So you can't just put it into law if the charter is already in place and says something differently. And not a lawyer again, but my understanding is this paragraph needs to be updated to include each individual paragraph that would refer to a local or a city election. I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deputy Secretary, for taking the question. Yeah, I've been involved with a lot of local elections, and I know the town is responsible for programming the machines and whatnot. That's not an issue. But I see an issue here. Do you see that this could be a 28A issue if the towns have to buy the tablets?
A 28A where they would,
It's a mandate that they.
the legislature would force them to spend money.
Yes.
I'm not a lawyer, so I would leave that up to the lawyers in the room.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Just for clarification, is the Secretary of State's office taking a position on this bill? And if there were a vendor able to coordinate the cleaning of these devices with municipalities, would the Secretary of State's office support enabling municipalities to engage with that vendor to take it off your plate?
Thank you for the question. I think our office would support the bill if it has the corrections that I recommended corrected in there. The outside vendor, this is the first I've heard of that come up. It didn't come up in any of the conversations I had with the bill, but an outside vendor taking over the process, what I consider a security process. So I'd have to have discussions with my IT team, but my initial reaction would be no, we do not want an outside vendor taking over a election security thing, but I would need to know more about the process.
Follow up, please.
Yep, that's fine.
I thought I heard you say in your testimony earlier that you currently contract with a vendor to do the wiping of these
programming.
The programming.
Yes.
So perhaps maybe I'm misinterpreting or attributing programming and wiping these clean. Would a vendor, perhaps the same vendor that you use, be available to municipalities to do the programming for these local ballots that are within the purview of the municipality? Is that something you would support, engaging the municipality with that vendor?
Yes, our office is happy to adjust our contracts if needed. I believe they currently do say that the contract that we have with the current vendor, which is Democracy Live, is accessible to cities and towns to use as well.
Okay, great.
Was that your question?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think someone has already asked the question of you that I had promised to ask, but I will ask another one. Will this apply only to SB2 towns, or would it be, that's my question. That's my first question.
Thank you for the question. So again, the way the language is written, it's kind of unclear now because it puts language into a section of law that it's not the appropriate section. It needs to be put into any other sections. But I believe it would apply to school districts, village districts, cities, so any local municipal election. And I believe that's the intent of the sponsor, but I'm not positive on that.
Yep, follow up.
Do you have a sense of how many towns are, and for the cities, I guess, how many polling places that would be?
308 is what I said, but I don't know, like locally. Again, we don't run local elections, so I don't know how many they use locally. I'm assuming it's the same. Sorry.
Yep.
And I believe I spoke before. I think it's 308, not 208. So
Thank you. Oh gosh. How many do you own now? How many of these tablets does the Secretary of State own now?
I'm taking a guess, but in the fall when I spoke to our IT department on this, we had a buffer over so if we need 308, I believe we have 320, but I'm not positive on that exact number right now.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Isn't it true that towns that have adopted official ballot operate their municipal elections using that official ballot for the election of candidates and zoning amendments, and therefore would apply to beyond SB2 towns, but town meeting towns that have adopted that official ballot process, which I believe, and perhaps the New Hampshire Municipal Association can answer this, all town meeting towns have adopted that official ballot for the election of their candidates and zoning amendments and any other thing that would need to appear on the ballot.
I need a clarification on that. I'm sure the Municipal Association can answer that, but I believe this bill does apply to all elections.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Secretary. We're going to take a brief pause and recess on this bill. We're behind. We're going to come right back, but we're going to allow for the introduction of 1310 so the sponsor can go about the rest of their business, and then we're going to come right back to it. So we're going to recess. 1264. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1310 relative to meetings of the supervisors of the checklist. I'm going to allow for the introduction of the bill. Once the bill is introduced, I'm going to immediately recess the bill and we're going to go back to 1264. Representative Leon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I greatly appreciate this. My name is Representative Erica Leon. I represent the town of Derry. And if this bill looks familiar to you, it is very similar to the bill as amended that came out of the committee last year but was tabled on the floor. I know that you've heard another bill about increasing the frequency of cleaning the checklist from 10 years to 4 years. This bill was actually introduced as a way to have ongoing, the underlying bill of maintaining maintaining the checklist on an ongoing basis by checking it with death records, with motor vehicle records, and with property transactions in the town was a way that was intended to allow for greater ongoing checklist management. In the town of Derry, we've had almost 2,000 voters who had left town, removed from the voter rolls after the 10-year voter purge. And by doing this, we've been able to keep a more consistent, more tight number of voters on the polls. As you're aware, the number of voting stations and many other things are based upon the number of registered voters in the town. So this has a great impact on day-to-day election processes. Unfortunately, not every supervisor of the checklist has actually met to deal with the information that has come. The largest one is that the law now provides that the National Change of Address Registry provides information annually through a check done by the Secretary of State to the towns. Because there are towns and cities that are not meeting in order to handle this data, their voter rolls are unnecessarily inflated. This bill simply would require them to meet at least every 90 days for the purpose of periodic checklist maintenance. So, that's not overly frequent. That's 4 times a year. That could be handled in their other business if they choose to do that at another supervisor session, which they have done in Derry. Unfortunately, because some supervisors have met and only done the statutorily required minimum, this law is unfortunately necessary. I believe that by doing this and making sure that the supervisors are actually processing those data that are available to them, we won't need to have such a burdensome process every 10 years or every 4 years if the other bill in front of you this year were to pass. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Leon. We're going to go recess
Thank you.
the public hearing on House Bill 1310 and reopen the public hearing on House Bill 1264 relative to the definition of accessible voting machines. Next up to speak is Jean Shiner from Exeter.
Okay, thank you. Down. Good morning. My name is Jean Shiner, and I'm a resident of Exeter, and I am a graduate of Perkins, as somebody mentioned. I am totally blind, and voting independently with a secret ballot has been a passion of mine for several decades. I am a member of the Coalition of Blind and Visually Impaired Voters, and we are a statewide group of consumers and agency representatives working on voting access for the past 8 years. We have worked with the Secretary of State's office to have state and federal elections with accessible ballots. And in 2018, I was able to fill out my ballot with the One for All device, place it in the box along with everyone else. It was a feeling of great accomplishment. Along with having state and federal elections accessible regarding voting, the coalition also wanted towns and cities to have the same right. Presently, Exeter and Concord are the only 2 municipalities with accessible ballots. And it happened in Concord. A gentleman filed a complaint with the Department of Justice, and he won his case, and then Concord has to have accessible ballots for their municipal meetings. And in Exeter, many of us with vision loss worked hard with Exeter to get the ballot accessible. And I'm going to talk about my experience with voting in Exeter. Last year was our first time voting with an accessible ballot, and I want to say this is where it gets personal for me. Before then, I would bring my town clerk into the ballot with me, and she would read the long 3 ballots. I'd say the town ballots are the most complicated and lengthy ballots of any of them, especially compared to this last one we went through when we just voted for one person. I went in last year. It was a very snowy day. Went into my booth, put on my headset, used my arrow keys, selected my candidates, voted on the article warrants, and then took my ballots, 3 of them, and put them in the box. And it was just a very empowering experience for me. I was so glad that I could vote that way. And I want to say, I want everyone with a disability to experience that. We all have the right constitutionally to vote with a secret ballot, and we don't have it yet. And I don't think we should be waiting for another session to have this happen. I want to ask you to consider passing this bill this year. We have this right for state and federal elections, and we need to have the same the ability to vote with this for town and city elections. So I thank you for listening to me today, and thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
All right, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next up is Dana Trahan, also from Exeter. Welcome to Election Law.
Thank you very much. My name is Dana Trahan. This is my guide, Tikva, under the table, checking things out before she decides to lay down. I, too, am a resident of Exeter and a part of the Coalition of Blind and Vision Impaired Voters. I was sighted until I lost my sight back in 2010. In 2010, I lost my sight to the extent that I'm vision impaired or legally blind. And so I was able to vote independently and confidentially on my own by going into the voting booth and marking my ballot until 2010 when things changed. And I'm imagining that you all here would have a hard time with that too, you know, having it be that you can no longer just exercise your right to vote and be confidential and independent about it. So I was happy at the time when there was some accessible system in place. I remember there was something with a telephone keypad that we could make selections with, and it faxed somewhere. But especially pleased when the One for All came into place for the federal and state elections, to be able to go in and vote on my own again. By either, you know, using the keyboard and the arrow keys like Gina described, or by using the tablet as Representative Page has described, either way. And the system is called the One for All, and I love to say that it's one system for all to use. The Secretary of State's office worked very nicely with us when we had different concerns about the audio quality, or, you know, the fact that originally it wasn't a pre-printed ballot. It was a matter of our votes printed on a plain piece of paper, so we had to put them on the side of the counting machine, so it was a little different that way. But the fact now that it's a pre-printed ballot and we can vote as all others do. I know someone was concerned about walking the ballot from the booth to the machine, and it's easy enough to even keep that private. I know Jean, for instance, will ask our town clerk for a manila envelope to put her ballot or ballots into, and she can carry them privately and insert them to the machine as everyone else does. I too, you know, I never really realized the importance of being able to vote independently and privately, because I just did it. You know, just like I didn't really understand the importance of public transportation, because I just always got in my car and went where I wanted to go when I wanted to go. So having the change in my ability has really brought it to my attention. Being a part of the coalition, it's wonderful to help try to spread the word about it. I'd love to challenge you all here to use the One for All system the next time it's time to vote in an election, so you can see for yourselves what it's like. Don't know that I have much more to add. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now into lobbyist land. All right, here we go. So we're on the 2-minute clock here. Let's start off with Ryan Donnelly from Granite State Independent Living. Welcome to Election Law.
Yes, thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Ryan Donnelly. I am an advocacy coordinator with Granite State Independent Living. GSIL is a statewide nonprofit organization that advocates and provides services for seniors and people with disabilities who want to remain independent in their homes and communities. And I'm speaking to you today in support of HB 1264. And I'd just like to take a moment to talk about myself and my own experiences. As you can see, I'm a man who lives with a physical disability, and there's a lot of stuff that I need help with in my day-to-day life. But I also value my independence, and anytime that something can be adapted or modified so that I can do it myself rather than having to rely on anybody else. I love that, you know. I love the feeling of being able to do things on my own, including voting. And I do vote, and I've used the accessible voting system before, and it is fantastic. It works well, and I'm very grateful to have that available for federal and state elections, and I'd like to see that available for local elections as well. It's my right, and I think that anything that makes voting in all elections accessible for all people is a win for the state and a win for everybody. So with that, I hope that you folks will seriously consider this bill and vote in support of it. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Late submission here, Shannon McLeod is a member of the public. I believe you're the Ward 3 moderator, right? So you look at that, like an encyclopedic knowledge.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. This is actually my first time testifying before the House. Very exciting. My name is Shannon McLeod. I am the Ward 3 moderator in Manchester. I've been serving in that role for 2 terms, and I am here to speak in favor of this bill. We have a few different residents in Ward 3 who routinely use our accessible voting booth. And this past municipal election, one of those voters came and was very, very frustrated that she was not able to use the accessible voting machine to cast her ballot. She needed assistance, which meant that her ballot was not secret, which she was very frustrated by. Expressed that frustration to our poll workers, which we completely understood. She did come back for our presidential election and was excited to be able to use the accessible voting machine. Something that's interesting about Manchester, they actually do set up the booths, even though they're not able to be used. The booths are there and they look exactly the same as they do for the state elections. People just use them as a private booth rather than having to use the machine. So I don't imagine that it would be a huge lift, particularly not for our local election officials to be able to use it, but it would certainly help our voters. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? I actually have one. Have you spoke with the city clerk at all about this?
I haven't actually.
Okay, I might reach out to him. So just curious if you already talked to him. All right, thank you. Next up, we're going back into lobbyist land. We've got Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning. I'm also bringing, I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center. This is my colleague, James Zigra, who is a senior staff attorney at our office who knows all things election law, and I'm bringing him up in case you all have any technical questions for him. Disability Rights Center is the state's protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities, and we strongly support this bill. As you've heard, being able to cast one's vote privately is a fundamental right. It is something that is just of supreme importance to all of us. And in all elections, Manchester had an election this past November where we elected, I live in Manchester, our mayor. And that was a contentious election, and people with disabilities, if they wanted to vote, would have to share who they were going to be voting for in that election. And that's just wrong. So we think it's really important to do this, and it can be done. And you've heard that we already own these machines as a state. You will also hear from the Municipal Association that they are, that the folks that they represent, the municipalities, are happy to take on the responsibility to pay for the cost of programming, cleaning, transporting these machines if needed. They will do it. They're already responsible for running their local elections, and they want people to vote too. So I hope that you all do. If we need an amendment to add some statutory references, that seems very easily done. We'd be happy to work with the Secretary of State. I'm sure that all the folks behind us would be happy to do that. So if you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm really hoping that you will support this bill.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Randy Pierce with Future Insight.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. So I am Randy Pierce. I am the president and CEO of Future Insight. Many of you probably know it as the New Hampshire Association for the Blind. We serve the entire state, but we also serve me. I am totally blind myself, as I have been for a little over 20 years now. So the reason I'm here is to highlight 3 points. First, gratitude. I love the progress our state has made, because when I first went blind, I, like Dana, had to transfer from voting on my own independently and in privacy to stepping into a booth, and I'm 6'4" with a nice tall guide dog to match up, with a person to record it, a person to witness it, and we are tighter than on the elevator on the way up here when we do that. And once that even happened without the person making judgmental comments as they recorded my vote. Right? That's not what we want for our citizens. That's not what we deserve. That's why we have this system, and we've made a long stride towards there. But the fact that it is only encompassing part of our elections is something that many legislatures I've spoken with didn't realize previously. And now that we do, I want to applaud you for taking steps towards the solution. Because there are 28,000 constituents in New Hampshire who are sight impaired, profound sight loss, to the point that this system can benefit them. And that's not even counting the rest of the print disabilities out there. And of those folks, that means every one of your communities has many people. I was born in Nashua, grew up in Colebrook. 27 people that we know about in Colebrook, New Hampshire, over 1,000 in Nashua, right, that could qualify for these. Why aren't they using the system? Because consistency is what they need. When they go in one time and they're allowed to vote accessibly, they go in another time they're not, they're intimidated to use it. The best form of advocacy any of us can do, in my opinion, is to be competent and to be confident. But when you get undermined every step of the way, that's a challenge. I feel like I strive towards that every day, and I still struggle when I have to go into my municipal election and can't vote with the right means. So for all the other 28,000 and for me, I strongly urge you to consider all of the ramifications that come if we don't meet our federal requirement to provide voting in an accessible fashion. I'd welcome any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pierce, for taking my question. I wanted to get a clarification on one of the numbers you mentioned. You said 28,000, not including, and what was the phrase that you
Print disabled.
Print
So there are
disabled.
people who might have a disability which is not sight related, but inhibits their ability to read the ballot, whether it's dyslexia, whether it's many forms of those, right? That would exponentially increase it. You're welcome.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I really appreciate you being here today. I just want to ask one clarification. You mentioned that you only had one time that you went into the voting booth where you felt like the person assisting you was not making judgments about how you voted. Is this correct?
That
I
is
mean,
exactly what I
I'm
said. And
surprised.
understand, either the person who was recording it or the person who was there to witness them recording it. What a terrible situation. And we've had a lot of contentious elections through the years. And when you're involved, and first off, as a public figure, for all the work I have to do, I don't want my vote being shared. I don't deserve my vote being shared. But that's exactly right.
Further questions? I do have one along the line. Where do you vote?
So I just moved 2 years ago to take this job, and I now vote in Canterbury, New Hampshire. Sam is great there, but he has no access to get us accessible equipment.
Okay.
when
And
it's
where was your? This is. I mean, we're off track on
Nashua.
the bill, but this was in Nashua.
I was born in Nashua, spent the bulk of my life there. Hopefully, there's more life ahead, mind you. But
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. It's just those things like that are obviously very concerning to us. So
Sure, you bet.
Probably.
I filed the complaints not only with the clerk, but also with the Secretary of State's office when it happened.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Anyone else wish to? Any other questions? I should say. Seeing none. Thank you. Next up is Brendan Flaherty. Flaherty. Oh, that's. Oh man. You don't.
Almost. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brendan Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of Secure Democracy USA. You should have, or I handed a letter in to our Representative Grill. Yeah, it looks like it was passed around. So really, to save everybody's time, I'll sum it up into about a sentence. Secure Democracy USA supports House Bill 1264 because it addresses concerns around ADA compliance. And as we heard from so many today, it extends a private, independent, and dignified vote to our voters here in New Hampshire. We're happy to work with the committee in addressing any issues with the bill, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next up, Catherine Langle.
Hello again. Once again, I have an unfortunate amount of paper, so I'm going to do the same thing and pass it around afterwards, after this whole thing has closed. So for the record, my name is Catherine Langell. I vote in Concord, and I am Open Democracy Action's Public Policy Fellow. Similar to Brendan Flaherty from Secure Democracy, I'm going to sum it up in about a sentence or two. Open Democracy and Open Democracy Action support this bill because it supports ADA compliance, it allows all voices to be heard, and it supports the pursuance of democracy and civic engagement for all people. I really can't say much more other than listen to the voices that are being spoken out for once today. These are very strong voices, and I myself cannot speak on this as I was born sighted and I still have my sight. So please listen to these voices. It's so, so important. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Everybody knows we are into the time slot for House Bill 1384, but the sponsors are all members of the committee, so we don't need to open and recess that. Next up is Mackenzie St. Germain.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, which is a project of America Votes New Hampshire. We are here today in strong support of this bill. And you've heard firsthand the reasons today why these accessible machines are important. I hope through discussions and work on this bill and logistics, everyone can keep in mind and remember that we all agree on the importance of every voter being able to cast their ballot independently and privately, whether they're voting for president, state rep, school board, or anything else. Also, I know there's been conversations around the machines that we have versus new machines. I think there are benefits, and we would support, if at all possible, using these same devices for the federal, state, and local elections, not only for the voter experience and having folks go in and being consistent and knowing exactly how to vote, how the devices work, and what to expect, but also for training for election officials. One of the things we hear a lot on election day or in the follow-up on election day was issues around the accessible voting devices, because they are, an extra step of training that folks need, that moderators and election officials need to learn about. I know that our election officials take it very seriously, but there can be mistakes in setting them up or knowing how they work. Having consistent equipment each election can help ensure that we can train people up really well, and that equipment is set up, whether it be local, state elections, again, ensuring that folks are able to cast their ballot privately and independently. And if we were to get new equipment in the future, again, it being consistent, using the state equipment, and being able to have groups that train, like Future Insight, being able to train voters, getting everyone up to speed on how the equipment works, how they need to use it, and confident in doing that to remove some of those barriers. So thank you all, and happy to answer questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Grays from the New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We are committed to solving this issue this session. Obviously, as you've heard today, this is a liability issue for municipalities. Concord and Exeter have already experienced that, and it's clearly a fairness issue for disabled voters. So to answer some of the committee's questions, it does appear that an amendment is needed. I'm more than happy to work with the sponsor and stakeholders to ensure that we can get something that works. I believe that we can perhaps modify the definition of accessible voting system slightly to clarify what that means, and then shorten up this paragraph 2 on page 2 so that we can resolve the issue with enables all individuals with disabilities to vote, just to make it clear that we're talking about a system similar to the One for All system. Obviously, our interest here is the same as other stakeholders in making sure that we can clarify how this process works and make it as seamless as possible and as similar as possible to what happens in state and federal elections, as well as address those security concerns, because we want to make sure that everyone's vote is counted. The other thing I want to mention is that I did learn in a meeting with the Secretary of State's office that we are expecting at some point information from the federal government answering a question about whether those devices used for state and federal elections can be used for local elections. Obviously, I anticipate the answer to that will be yes. I assume that means we'll have to purchase some more devices at the state level to make sure we have enough in circulation that we can service local elections in addition to the state elections when we have a time crunch. I don't know how many devices that would be off the top of my head, but I'm sure someone can do the math on that. And just to clarify with the committee, I do anticipate, and I do not see any issue with municipalities paying for the programming costs of those devices. We will obviously need to have the secretary or some vendor selected by the secretary set some timelines to make sure we can get them the content of the warrant to whoever is programming that in a correct in enough time so that can happen, as well as ensure that those devices get back in a timely fashion. But I think this is doable, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Questions from the committee, Representative Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I have a question on elections in non-SB2 towns, town elections, town meetings, school board meetings, which are done differently in different towns. And also even deliberative sessions. So how you think we need to do in those areas?
So what I would anticipate is this would apply to any use of the official ballot that's defined under 4013 and 4014. So there are a couple options. Obviously, at very traditional town meeting, everyone shows up at the meeting and you vote. There's no ballot. There's a modified version of that where you can vote for officers, you vote for select board, etc. I anticipate it would be used for that election of officers. And then you have a kind of the step above that is the SB2 town where you vote for all of the warrant articles as well as the election of officers. It would be used for that as well. I believe the intent is to use it on the school side as well as in cities. So I think the amendment will clarify that to make sure it captures exactly what's meant here, because that's what we saw in Concord as well as Exeter. Obviously, Concord's a city, Exeter is a town, so they have different experiences, but it's the same concern that was brought forward.
Follow?
Follow up, at deliberative session, there are some cases where there needs to be a secret ballot. Do you think this needs to be done at that also?
So there's also an unofficial balloting portion of town meeting. I don't know that it would be part of that. We'd have to look at that process and just clarify it to make sure we can use it as much as we're allowed to.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. So just to make sure I'm understanding your testimony accurately, municipalities that you represent, that are NHMA members, are fine with footing the bill for one for all system or similar to be used in municipalities to ensure that all residents, all eligible voters within that municipality are capable of casting their ballot in the secret, secure way that is promised to everyone.
I think that the law requires us to do so.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up, Henry Klumwitz from the ACLU, New Hampshire.
Hi, good morning. My name is Henry Clementowicz from the ACLU of New Hampshire. I'm not going to gild the lily. I'm just going to say that the ACLU of New Hampshire supports, like I think most, if not all, of this committee and most, if not all, of this House does, the ability of everyone to vote with dignity and independence. And so we support this bill. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions? Sure. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards in my possession. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to House Bill 1264? Seeing none, I have the blue sheet. Blue sheet has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 people signed up in support who did not speak online. There were 324 in support, 3 opposed, and 1 neutral. With that, I will be closing the public hearing on House Bill 1264. I appreciate the public's interest in this bill. I should say one thing we are going to do about this, stakeholders of this bill, please reach out to Representative Weary. He is going to coordinate the necessary amendments. So Secretary of State's, interested advocates, I'm going to give that to Representative Weary since he has a, let's say, close interest in this subject. And that way we could get a nice clean amendment and we have it all going through him instead of trying to bombard me with him, because it'll get lost and he will do a much better job. With that, we're going to close out House Bill 1264 FN. We're going to go back into House Bill 310 relative to meetings of supervisors of the checklist. I'm going to try to get my pink cards back in order here. Now we have 1310 right here. So I only have 1 pink card, I think. Kathy Anderson. Kathy Anderson, are you still here?
Yes.
Kathy Anderson, you are recognized. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry. We're a little behind. Try to get caught up.
It's okay. I'm Kathy Anderson. I live in Hancock, New Hampshire. I'm here to oppose this bill. I am the supervisor of the checklist in Hancock. Hancock, you may well know, is a town under 2,000 on the western edge of Hillsborough County. We have about 1,400 voters on our checklist. The 3 supervisors are volunteer labor. We spend a lot of time at this volunteer labor. We get no reimbursement. We don't get cups of coffee at elections. We just work. I think we probably meet this bill, but I don't really want to have to be counting days to add one more job to my responsibilities. We strongly believe in voting. We want to support voters. We want to get them on the checklist in a reasonably fast rate. And more meetings would not help that. There's a lot of work to the checklist. I presume you all are aware of that we have to not just register to vote, but enter them and do the filing, and it just continues on. We do a lot of work. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Okay, that's easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to House Bill 1310? I don't see any pink cards in my possession. Seeing none, we had one person signed up on the blue sheet. They were in opposition. Online, there was 3 in support, 33 opposed, and 1 neutral. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 310. So you look at that, we're moving again. And I'm going to now open the public hearing on House Bill 1384 relative to non-compliance by a town or ward moderator and clerk. I believe Representative Weary, are you introducing this bill? Yes, sir. Okay, I don't see, no, you're good, Representative Weary, to go introduce. We do have one. Okay. All right, Representative Weary.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary, and I have the privilege of serving in Hillsborough County's 13th district, the great town of Hudson. I said the following in last week's public hearing on House Bill 1381 relative to the training on election procedures, and it bears repeating. The great state of New Hampshire has many wonderful clerks and moderators and many other election officials who diligently perform their job and handle their responsibilities with great professionalism and integrity. These individuals are in the majority and they are not the problem. I would add to last week's comments that the performance of election duties is relatively complex, at least as indicated by the thickness of our RSA books and the Election Law Procedures Manual. And not only is it complex procedurally, it's complex because of the variableness of resources required across the different types of elections, except for maybe Dixville Knox, I guess. And given the variableness of the number of voters between the various local elections, primary elections, midterm elections, general elections, the required resources vary greatly. Another factor that must be considered is the fact that elections are only performed sporadically. Elections can never be a routine operation because they are never routinely performed. So given the intrinsic complexity of elections, performing elections must be recognized as a challenging series of tasks which must be carefully performed. And also, this was brought up by one of the moderators testifying last week that this RSA is limited to moderators and clerks. It is only limited in that way because of the original language of RSA 659-77. That is limited to moderators and clerks, and perhaps an additional RSA is needed that would put the same requirements for other election officials that already exists for moderators and clerks. But that is perhaps an LSR for next year. So what is the problem that this bill is trying to address? There is a concern that some small minority, again, I would emphasize small minority of election officials are not diligent in following the procedures, and that this lack of diligence is due to noncompliance with procedures and a level of negligence that results in significant errors. The original language only addressed intentional neglect. Now, we heard in a testimony a few weeks ago on House Bill 1364 that the Judiciary Committee uses a fourfold framework for assessing culpability, namely purposefully, knowingly, recklessly, and carelessly. So intentionality or purposefully is likely difficult to prove unless there's a forensic audit or an investigation by the Attorney General's office. So the language in this RSA has been modified to address a relative inability to address intentionality directly. Lack of training, which already exists, addresses the knowingly aspect. The additional language seeks to address the culpability aspects of recklessly and carelessly, And finally, some additional language reaffirms that this RSA should only come into play when there is a significant deficiency. So with that, I am happy to take any questions and answer if I can.
Questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Your last statement was, if I heard it correctly, was this was aimed for significant significant non-compliance? Because reading it quickly, I don't see where that stands out.
So, so in lines 19 and line 22, there's already language existing in the current RSA for significant deficiency and deficiencies and then significant deficiency. And then on page 2 of the amendment, oh, I'm sorry, wait a second, hang on. A preponderance of evidence. Line 21, significant deficiency is also added. Shall document the reported facts and circumstances of the significant deficiency. So that's where that's at. Is that what you were asking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Follow up?
Are you clarifying about an amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you misspoke. You don't have an amendment, correct? You're just talking about
I'm
the bill.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
The
It's okay.
changes to the RSA.
All right.
I'm sorry, it's already been a long day. So
It's totally totally yeah. It
I
was a
know.
little bit
Wait
confusing,
till
but I think I
Thursday,
knew.
I know.
I knew what you meant. I believed in you.
thank you. Sorry. All right.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Where has this happened to? What town, city? Do you have any idea?
Well, we have heard testimony about our Hudson neighbor Windham, and we've also heard about the Senate race for District 24, I believe it is. And so I think those are, I think, some of the inducements behind this, because as everyone probably recalls, but there were over 130 issues found in the first and in the subsequent 2-year thing, which was observed by a member of the Secretary of State's office. There were still an additional 30-some errors or issues that were noted, and the testimony that we heard a few weeks ago with regard to the District 24 senator race had a large number of issues as well. If you want, I'm happy to provide that additional detail to you offline.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State, and we have some concerns over the language of the bill that changes the language from neglect to non-compliance. What that would mean is that anyone who unintentionally makes a mathematical error is in non-compliance, and who may have been able to correct that in the past would now be in violation under these sections. Our fear is that you will see in your cities and towns that you will be unable to have people sign up to run for these election official positions because no one would want to be caught in non-compliance who may never have done something intentionally in neglect of, but may very extremely unintentionally done something in non-compliance of. And that's our concerns with this legislation. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? Okay, with that, thank you. Okay, next on the list is Al. You got it. Thank you. How you put? I think we all need lessons in printing, myself included. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Al Brandano. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire, and I'm voting. I'd ask for you to vote in favor of HB 1384. I think one of the most important things we've heard in this committee time and time again is Secretary Scanlon. Every time he attends here, he tells you that the most important goal for him is voter confidence, over and over and over again. So this is really important because I believe this is where the rubber meets the road for hearing from the people themselves rather than somebody with an orange badge. This is really important. I want to take a little bit of the history. There have been 3 formal complaints in Wyndham that have not been answered by the Attorney General yet. That's over a 2-year period. What does that do for voter confidence? There were over 200 complaints combined in those 3 formal to the Attorney General, no response. Senate District 24 had over 147 violations, and they weren't violations of not simple violations. These were significant, so significant, in fact, that the Ballot Law Commission voted 5-1 to move this to the Attorney General. Yet a year later, no formal response. So what does the average citizen and voter believe? Does Mr. Scanlon's goals ring true? Apparently not. One of the most important parts in the Senate District 24 was when the chairman of the Ballot Law Commission asked Lou Gargiulo's attorney, "Do you believe these violations affected the outcome of the election?" Attorney McDonald, "With these many violations, how can you prove it did not?" And this is the problem we have. Clerks and moderators, Article 2, Part 2, Article 32 of the New Hampshire Constitution makes them the people who sort and count votes. They are the responsible party. Laws that are against discipline, if we can't hold somebody accountable, we have no discipline, we have no voting. We don't have anything to believe in if we can't hold people accountable. And I strongly oppose the fact that people will not show up and participate in the voting process. If you look in most towns, they don't ask people to show up. They don't ask people to come and hand count. Most small towns or most towns have their own group of people that they continue to go to. It's not open to us. And many people would love to participate if we just were asked. And why not hold these people accountable? That's why I'm asking, if you really believe in voter confidence and you believe in this, give something back to the people. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Brennan?
Thank you. You specifically cited Windham and the issues there, and if I understand the situation correctly, the issues came from elected officials that the voters selected. And would it not be possible for the voters to hold those election officials accountable at the ballot box by choosing another person to run the elections?
Great question, Representative, and you always do. It's really sad that we don't have a press anymore. People don't know about this. This is the problem we're having. There's no more local press. People are not informed. And if they're not informed and there's no press, they don't know.
Is it not the responsibility of the candidate for elected office to spread their message, to encourage voters to turn out to vote for them, as opposed to someone who may have caused difficulty in previous elections?
I'm not sure I understand the question, because what I'm trying to say here is that these issues have gone, if the Attorney General is not responding, where else does the voter turn to? It's up to the Attorney General to see or how they're going to react. We're saying after 3 years and 2 years, we have nothing from the Attorney General, nothing from the Secretary of State. The people don't know where to turn, and that's not a good place to be for voter confidence.
Thank you.
Representative Burnham?
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
Do you believe this bill would hold the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General more accountable to further investigate and try to fix the wrongs within that local area?
I think I'm hopeful what it will do, and this is why I was really, this was a positive. This bill is a real positive because, one, it shines light, as Representative Brennan was talking about earlier, about shining light on something, making it so people can view what's really happening or understand. But second of all, right now there's no pressure on anybody to do anything, right? To hold anybody accountable. There is none. If you look at the Attorney General, how many cases have they prosecuted? 0.
More questions?
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Is it possible that the Attorney General and the Secretary of State's office have not found legitimate evidence to support prosecution of crimes associated with your claims?
That's a great question. It hasn't been adjudicated. We're all waiting to hear. And as justice delayed is not justice served. This is the problem with voter confidence. It's like a soap bubble. Once it breaks, you can't bring it back. Trust is everything. And I think this bill will help build trust between the voter themselves and the rest of the legislature.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Brandano. Is there anyone else signed up to speak? I don't believe so. With that, Representative Aikenberg, can you grab that blue sheet? We'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1384. And then we will open up 15. Well, let me read the counts first. I apologize. 0 on there. That's fine. And then
1 for, 1 against.
1384 online was 13 in support, 14 opposed, and there was 2 people signed up who didn't speak that were both opposed. And with that, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1384, and we're actually starting to get back on time. Open up the public hearing on House Bill 1523, revising the moderator's worksheet for counting votes in the election. I do have cards about this.
Yeah. Well,
I'm here.
We'll get you afterwards. You can introduce it, Representative Burnham, and then we can roll on. All right, so we are opening the public hearing of House Bill 1523, revising the moderator's worksheet for counting votes in elections. Representative Burnham is recognized for the purpose of introducing the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, fellow committee members. For those of you who are involved in your local elections, you may be familiar with the moderator's checklist or not. If you're a moderator, which I just learned that Representative Hamlet is, that after a long day and evening, it's an arduous process for the moderator with all the forms they need to complete. And this past primary, I sat down with my moderator just to watch how he addressed this worksheet, the moderator's worksheet. This came up because as we were looking at the worksheets in the past, it was very difficult for the moderators to come up with a balanced number. So this here is just an inventory. So let me just back up a little bit here. So this is completed at the end of the election night. And it's typically called the election night moderator's worksheet, but then there's different names. So I think it's been adjusted a few times.
And after even speaking with Deputy Secretary of State Hennessy when this was being drafted, I had learned that there are additional means of ballots that are included but are grouped together. So this kind of gives an overview of the individual ballot groups. And that's what we're really trying to do, is account for the every ballot and within the group that they're in. So hopefully the ballot inventory and reconciliation will meet the standards for many voter integrity groups, as well as assist our moderators with a more concise tally at the end of the election night. And then after just listening to the bill earlier, that just might be another one that we can group so we can have accountability for the ADA printout ballots. So that might be needed as well. I do have an amendment that I passed out along with a sample of the worksheet. I'm kind of one of those, if I'm going to complain about something, I also want to have a solution. So you have a somewhat revised worksheet, and there is an amendment. I wasn't able to get it because I know how quickly you want to get through the bill. So it is waiting, and there might be an additional amendment to that. So that's why I didn't rush for it after speaking a little bit more in detail about some of the line items on there. So the current worksheet can be found in our manual. If you probably all don't have one because it's really heavy, but I brought mine today. I lugged it here. It's got the exercise for that one. That was great. So you can see if you had that, you can kind of compare to where it is currently and where we kind of want to move forward. We have heard already the need for better accountability of our ballots, and that also includes absentee ballots. This process will not ask for any additional work from the clerk or the moderator because this process is already being done. By adding a few additional areas of tallies, the new proposed worksheet will provide the information needed to keep track of all the ballots and provide better accountability of the ballots. One of the things I did note watching our moderator is sometimes he had to back in the numbers to kind of make it work. Well, that's not really the way we should be doing it. So we want to have a better accountability for the inventory of all ballots. On the ballots inventory section 1, the number of test ballots are now included in the beginning. So in previous, they were never included. Typically, the clerk will receive 100 ballots for them to test. And so we just thought it's a ballot, even though it's a test ballot, they should be included. It also is, it separates, that section also separates the number of photocopied versus absentee ballots instead of having them grouped together. The absentee ballots that are used as official election day ballots. So this is not your absentee ballots, but say they run out and they need the ballot, so they can actually grab an absentee ballot and use that as the official day ballot. So part 2 provides its own section. Actually, let me just back up one more thing on section 1. So after plugging in some numbers and making sure everything was working out, I realized that in section 1, E and F are redundant, and so I'm going to recommend an amendment to remove them. That will bring us the correct calculation for that section. Part 2 provides its own section for absentee ballots inventory, and of course this portion will be required for the clerk to provide the moderator with some of the figures, but the clerk will already have them, so that's easily accessible. Section 3 is formerly B on the current one. That has not changed. Section 4, formerly C. It just has a few edits, changing AccuVote to election machine device because we will no longer have the AccuVote, so that kind of updates that. Section 5 is formerly D, which is the hand count ballots cast. That has not changed. And so part 2 has an edit from election night reconciliation form which is another form that the moderator has to complete, to just reconciliation form, because that's what's listed on the header of the form. So we're just trying to keep some consistency and clean things up. The tally category just adds the absentee ballot section 2, and then the rest remains the same. So the updated formula for this worksheet, and the reason why it went to numbers versus letters is just because the way that OLS set it up. So I had to make it consistent with the bill. And so therefore, that's why it's changed to the numbers. It's just a technicality thing there, I guess. Total 1I plus total 2H would then equal total 2J. And if you follow along on there, you can see how that would total up. And it continues that it equals total 3, total 4, and total section 5, which then equals your counts of votes in the contest. And hopefully it all balances out. That's the goal. So this is, I do have that amendment. I do want to remove the other sections. So, and I think I clarified anything there. So I'm open to any questions. So.
The committee, Representative Hamlet.
And thank you, Representative Burnham. So, yeah, there are things that I like about this bill. I have a few questions about one question is it's on page 2, down near the bottom, under section Roman numeral 4C, number 5. Way down at the bottom. Hand count of ballots cast required. I'm not sure what you're referring to, because if you're referring to in the moderator's worksheet that we use now in part 2, under votes and contests, no, I'm reading the wrong thing, sorry. In part C, voter participation tallied at, no, sorry, it's a different one. Okay, in part D, you may, this form is so complicated.
It is
in part D, it says you may hand count the total number of ballots cast. But I think that's not for hand count towns. That's for, any towns, including voting machine towns. It says you may hand count the total number of ballots cast. But in your bill, you're saying hand count of ballots cast is required. Did you mean to?
Yeah, see, there's another, because that is option for this, and I think that's what I clarified also for machine count cities and towns only. That I added to that section. So the required should probably be removed. I'm not sure why that is there.
Okay.
Because that is the option, but just for the city and town section, because in section 4, you have your towns only that do hand count. And then on the right of that is machine count city towns only. So my understanding is that section 5 is if they hand count the total number of ballots cast, that you may hand count. So should they need to, that's where it would go.
Okay.
Because there's additional, so some ballots are kicked out of the machine. You need to or they're write-in, and you have to count those. So that's where that would go.
Okay. I have a follow-up question.
Yes, as long as everybody's good. Yep. All right.
So this is, you probably have a simple answer. You want the test ballots to be counted. And in Portsmouth, we've got 5 wards, and the city clerk tests the machines with the test ballots ahead of time. So we never, the people out in the wards working, don't ever see the test ballots. So that means just adding one extra step, complicating things that we don't We don't even know how many test ballots there were. I guess the city clerk would have to tell us that.
Right, and I believe the city clerk is available that day, correct? Not in all wards?
Well, she floats around to the different wards. Yeah. So I guess my question is, why do you want the test ballots included? Why is that important in the reconciliation?
So great question. It's an inventory. It's a ballot that's there. So we want to make sure that we're counting all ballots. That's all.
The committee? Oh, there we go. Representative Brennan?
Thank you. I seem to recall having a bill, perhaps last week, where the Secretary of State or Deputy Secretary of State, I can't remember which one, went through the entire inventory process that they do to make sure that ballots are tracked responsibly and accounted for appropriately. And I'm wondering if what this bill is trying to do conflicts with the inventory protocols that the Secretary of State's office currently maintains.
Sure, great question. So it's just a process of chain of custody. So the clerk or clerks, I don't know how many are available, their office counts all the ballots when they receive them. So they're all accounted. They're sorted and they're put back in the boxes before the elections. This is just kind of taking that information and putting it all there. So we're tracking the actual inventory of the ballot in the process. So it all matches up at the end of the night.
What, please? Is there currently a problem that actually needs to be resolved that this bill is trying to correct? Or is this, I'll just leave it at that. Is there a problem that this bill is trying to correct?
I don't know of specific ones, but it is just a tracking of ballots and from some of the issues that we've seen in other towns, there are some that are unaccounted. So it would just be providing secured ballots and inventory, making sure that they're all accounted from the beginning until the end of the evening.
Representative Weary?
So the moderator's checklist on page 423 of our election procedures manual, there's a sample worksheet there. And then that corresponds to RSA 65973, which is the general content of return. And that lists out which votes or which ballots are to be counted and stuff. So a lot of this bill is trying to harmonize and align the RSA with the actual election law manual worksheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Questions, Representative Hamer?
Can you describe what a test ballot is?
So they're extra ballots that are given along with the ballots for Election Day, specifically to test the machines prior to the election. And they are accounted for, and then they're put back into the box.
Follow up?
Yep, Representative Hamer.
Thank you. So they're put back into what box?
That I'm not sure. That's it may be the folder they came in. I think I'm not sure which process the test ballots come back in or how they arrive. Maybe somebody else might know, but sorry.
Representative Weary?
Yes.
For taking my question. trying to phrase this as a question. So I have seen the Hudson moderator take the test ballots, run them through the machine according to the protocol, and then package them up in their own separate box,
Okay.
appropriately labeled in that way. Would that sound similar to what goes on in your town?
Yes, I just wasn't sure if it was in a box or in an envelope. So I do know they go back into some type of container separately.
Okay. Representative Rafter.
Have you consulted with moderators and are they comfortable with the revisions to this?
Yes, well, I've consulted with mine because I see how distraught he is every time. And I would like to hear from others as well. I just know that this has been an ongoing issue with, you know, if you're going to have inventory, you want the numbers to balance out at the end. And it has not been happening for the most part. And sometimes it's just off by a little bit, and sometimes it's off by a lot. When we were drafting this, and constituents that I was working with, they had copies of the checklist from their towns and cities, and some of them were off by a lot. And so how does that happen? It should be a simple process. And I'm trying to provide that in this new revised worksheet, because sometimes, as we've heard today, ballots are added. They're just because the towns and cities receive them, there's other methods of them being added in that day. And so we just want accountability for those as well.
We're going to do last question here. So Representative Wary.
So we heard Deputy Secretary Hennessy talk about how challenging sometimes getting the accurate count is and the concerns about labeling that as non-compliance. Would you think that this moderator's worksheet that is now aligned with the RSA would in fact reduce the possibility or the probability of calculation errors because there's a fuller accountability and reconciliation of the ballots being provided to the town or city board?
Is definitely the goal, and I'm sure with just a couple more edits and the amendment, I think we'll be really in good shape for the next run with these worksheets. That is the goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Burnham. Only under one card is for Deputy Secretary of State Aaron Hennessy. Representative Cabrera, can you grab that blue sheet for me? And this-
Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. I just want to start out with, I applaud anyone who wants to talk about reconciliations as an accountant. My fear is that the way this is currently drafted, it increases the complication of the process and we will get more errors versus our goal in our office is to simplify the process to make sure its accuracy and transparency is correct. There's several instances that were not brought up. I'm not going to discuss anything that the committee has already spoken about, but we like to see, and I know that especially when the committee takes a look at 664, we just want to see consistent language throughout the process. So changing official ballot to election day ballot, or in here it's also referred to general ballot, which has a very specific and different meanings. We want to make sure that the language is consistent throughout out the election chapter so that when a moderator is actually reconciling, they know exactly what they're supposed to be putting in here. So there's a lot of inconsistencies as it's written currently. One weird thing is that it takes out the moderator's signature for some reason on the moderator's worksheet instead of, and adds the clerk has to sign it and one supervisor of the checklist has to sign it. So just things in here, when we make changes broadly like this to try and help improve the process, I like to look at every single word. And I know it's difficult because the way it was drafted, it's a replace all. And so it's very difficult to see what has changed in the language. but I'm happy to work with a representative to see if there's a more simplified version that would get to the end that she's looking at. Also, I just want to point out, having just sat through the last bill, we do not separate out ballots that have gone through an accessible voting machine. Those are official ballots that are fed into the printer, and the voters' votes are marked on there for the sole purpose of making that vote of that individual voter private. So we would not ever want to put those aside or mark them any differently, just to maintain their secret ballot. I'm happy to take questions.
From the committee, Representative Brennan.
You have concerns about your current inventory process for tracking ballots that this bill would resolve?
Thank you for the question. No, I don't have any concerns right now.
Representative Lane.
To get back to Representative Hamlet's question, where in cities, the clerk will test the machines and then they go to the wards. So there's no test ballots by those moderators. But this seems to require test ballots and there aren't any.
Thank you for the question. The test ballots are separate, and in cities, the city clerks do a lot of the work, and it's a little different than the town process. But in general, the test ballots, which are 50 of them, which you can use 35 of the test ballots that we've sent and 15 absentee ballots if you wish to substitute out those to test in a different way. But those are put back in the envelope they came in, and they're put in the side pocket of the device, so that when the moderator opens up the ward or polling place, they can see evidence that the long tape's in there from the test process, that it was actually tested before they put the device into use for the day. Also, when the AG's department comes to look, they can see that the device was properly tested and the information is there available to them.
Follow up.
So say in Concord, there's, I don't know, 10, 12 wards. How do you do that in the different polling places? I mean, is there a stack? Do they test a stack for each ward?
Thank you for the question. Yes, each individual device is tested with their specific ward's ballots, and they're supposed to test them with 50 ballots going 4 different directions, so 200 total votes. Yeah.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Secretary Hennessy. I don't have any other pink cards in my possession on this bill. There was no one signed up on the blue sheet, and online there were 14 in support and 3 opposed. The committee will be recessed until 1 p.m. for the introduction of House Bill 1557. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, 1 o'clock, and we're back. Going to reopen the public hearing for the House Election Law Committee. Going to open up the public hearing for House Bill 1557 FN, requiring the Secretary of State to enter into a membership agreement with the Electronic Registration Information Center. Representative Angela Brennan is recognized for the purpose of introduction of the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Berry and members of House Election Law. For the record, my name is Angela Brennan. I represent Bow and Hopkinton in Merrimack District 9. Today, I'm here to introduce House Bill 1557, which requires the Secretary of State to enroll New Hampshire in the Electronic Registration Information Center, also known as ERIC. By joining 25 other states, including every New England state, as an ERIC member, New Hampshire will show we are serious about our shared goals of improving election integrity, increasing the accuracy of voter rolls, building confidence in our election process, and providing much-needed assistance to our local election officials. Here in House Election Law, we often hear testimony from people about these matters, and several bills this year have claimed to be solutions for improving election integrity and increasing the accuracy of voter rolls. Here's some good news. We can accomplish these shared goals by passing this bill to join the only proven, reliable, sophisticated election support system that utilizes numerous secure data sources to identify voters moving both within our state and to other ERIC member states, allowing for election officials to clean our checklist after every election and quickly identify any possible instances of suspected voter fraud to be brought to law enforcement authorities for prompt, thorough investigation. ERIC is the only secure, nonpartisan, nonprofit, long-established, cost-effective program governed and funded by member states to ensure any instance of voter fraud is caught quickly. By identifying voters who have moved in or out of state or passed away, we can be confident our voter checklists are clean. This bill, if passed, requires the Secretary to enter into a membership agreement effective no later than January 31, 2025, which gives plenty of time to review membership requirements and begin that process, which is an easy one. The bill says that funding shall be provided by any federal funds for the purposes of election-related expenses, including Help America Vote Act dollars, which we know that we have plenty of. ERIC requires a one-time membership fee of $25,000. And then there are annual dues that are related to the voter population of each state. Because New Hampshire is on the lower end of the spectrum, the beginning amount is about $37,000, and that is an annual fee. Certainly we can afford that to make sure that our elections are secure and accurate and funded by federal dollars. I have provided you a letter that has been sent by secretaries of state and top election officials from across the country who are members of ERIC. And they have found that this is the most important organization, nonprofit, that has kept their voter rolls accurate. They are eager for New Hampshire to join ERIC, because the more states that are involved, the more effective ERIC can be for all member states. I've also provided information about the technology and security used. This is a very secure system. It has been around for over 10 years. There has not been one instance of data breach in that time. There are states who have left ERIC. That is true. But some of those are actually looking to return to ERIC because they've found that in their desire to create a system similar to ERIC that operates within their own state, they have failed to do so. They cannot match the security and accuracy provided by the ERIC data collection. There are states that are looking to get back into ERIC, which means they have to pay the membership fee again. So they have realized their mistake and they want back in. We also know that there are several states that we anticipate will be joining ERIC this year, creating, again, a more effective system, completely governed and funded by those states. We have heard some hesitation about linking the Department of Motor Vehicle Records and the Secretary of State and voter records. I have to admit, I find that a bit frustrating, that there may be some who don't want communication between our different departments of the state. It's just as frustrating to me as when a town board and a school board fail to communicate. You're all serving the same people. Increased communication serves the people better. So I completely do not believe that argument that the DMV and the voter files or Secretary of State's office should not communicate. I will add that this is, and emphasize that this is a bipartisan system. It is supported by a variety of states, 25, including the state of Georgia. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says, maintaining accurate voter rolls protects the integrity of our elections. Systems like ERIC are an important tool for election administrators and help prevent people from being registered in and trying to vote in multiple states. States that prioritize best practices and actual election integrity over politics are going to stay in ERIC and have clearer and more accurate voter rolls than those that choose to leave. We all know that election integrity and voter confidence is a high priority for this committee, for many members who have come and spoken to our committee before, and for the Secretary of State as well. And it is supported, joining ERIC would be supported by the Committee on Voter Confidence, because increasing the accuracy of our voter rolls, our voter checklists, was a high priority finding out of that Committee on Voter Confidence. Some people may be concerned about security. As I mentioned, ERIC has never been victim of hacking, and that's important because states that are trying to create their own system can't match the security of ERIC. ERIC distributes to each member an application that applies a cryptographic one-way hash to sensitive data elements before the jurisdiction submits the data to ERIC. This ERIC hashing application uses a module provided by IBM in conjunction with Sensing, which implements a very complicated one-way hashing algorithm with a secret key. No one can access this data except for the designated member of the designated member state of ERIC. The hashing application converts these data into what appears to be a string of random characters, making the data significantly more difficult for a potential hacker to utilize. We take our elections here seriously. The security of our elections is paramount. ERIC increases that security of our elections. Any state that is serious about efficient, safe, accurate, secure elections is a member state of ERIC. It's time for us to join our neighbors, all of our neighboring states that are members of ERIC, and states across the country that are members of ERIC. It's time to join them and say to our constituents that we value our elections. Now, I have heard that there have been some hesitation or concern about one component of ERIC that requires outreach to likely eligible but unregistered voters. This is a membership requirement, yes, but the state gets to determine how to do that voter outreach. And it simply tells the likely eligible voter how to register to vote. When we have our new election information portal, it may be simply providing a website. We share a goal of increasing our voter participation. We should always strive to reach that 100% voter participation. Could you imagine? This voter outreach does not force anyone to register. It does not target anyone suspected of being a member of any particular party. It simply says, hey, you moved. You may not be registered yet, but registering is quick and easy. Just visit your town clerk's office and bring these papers with you, and you can sign up. Or here's our new election information portal website, and you can sign up, begin that registration process online. Quick and easy. The membership requirement in ERIC for this voter outreach is once every 2 years. This is not a heavy burden. It is not a heavy lift for the Secretary of State's office to do this outreach. Now, there are many states who have found that doing the outreach to likely eligible voters is better when it's done more frequently, because you can make sure that your voter checklist is most accurate. There are some states that will do it every 60 days. There is nothing in the membership agreement that would dictate to the Secretary of State when or how to conduct this outreach, only that it must be done once every 2 years. I anticipate that you may have some questions, and instead of rambling on, I want to thank you for your attention, and if you do have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Then we're,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Brennan. Just a quick question on this. So I want to bring two things in the bill together and try and understand them better. So lines 8 and 15 and 16 talk about duplicate voter information and cases of duplicative voting records suspected of illegal voting. So that's the first part. There's also the fiscal note at the end that talks about a max of 174,000 plus, and there are three pluses here, plus the undetermined fiscal impact of data security, staffing needs, and compliance, plus the uncertain financial implications of staffing and mailing costs, plus additional general funds due to potential expenses. So I've heard repeatedly, usually in my left ear, that our elections are safe and secure, and that this bill seems to focus on duplicate voting. And I'm just wondering if 174,000 and plus these undefined, undetermined expenses really account for the number of duplicative voting records that we really need to address. I mean, how many are there? Are there that many that it warrants that potential expenditure?
Thank you for the question. ERIC does track duplicative voter registration. It also tracks cross-state movers, in-state updates, duplicative and deceased voters, to make sure that our voter rolls are most accurate. I know that that is a priority for you in this committee, and I think that the expense that the state would need to make to invest in membership of this organization or this program far outweighs the cost.
So if we look at the ERIC bylaws from February 23 on page 19, it states there's a mandatory requirement to keep ERIC membership. And I'll read, quote, when the member receives ERIC data regarding eligible or possible eligible citizens who are not registered to vote, the member shall, at a minimum, initiate contact with each and every eligible or possibly eligible citizen and inform them how to register to vote. This seems like a potential cost. Each member shall have until October 1st or 15 days before the close of registration, whichever is earlier, of the next federal general election year to initiate contact with at least 95% of the eligible or potentially eligible citizens on whom data was provided and address validation was performed. Now, just doing some very rough math, bear with me, I'm an engineer, I love numbers, but we have 1,400,000 people. There were about 800,000 in the 2020 presidential election. That's probably the max. We won't get more than that on our local or even the midterms. If you subtract students from the Department of Education 2024 DOE numbers, that's about another 200,000 gone. And then just taking as a ballpark figure another 100,000, you're still left with almost 300,000 people whom you would have to initiate contact with. That seems like a big mailing expense. So I have some concerns about these undetermined costs and the mandates that are in the ERIC bylaws that would require you to initiate contact with this number of people. It seems really quite imposing in terms of putting the Secretary of State's office as to having to do all this work.
Was that a question?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
I mean, how
Thank
would
you.
you answer that?
Thank
How
you
are
for the
guys-
question. The wonderful thing about the ERIC bylaws is they are created by the member states themselves. And if we were to enroll in ERIC, our Secretary of State or his designee would have a role in determining future bylaws and could potentially make those adjustments along with the other member states. It's also important to know that ERIC does not dictate how to go about conducting that voter outreach. In fact, one of the pieces of data that can be collected is email addresses. And so perhaps if the Secretary of State wanted to reduce costs, they might do some of the outreach via email. Additionally, there's no requirement that the mailer must be 10 pages long at a size greater than a typical sheet of paper. In fact, it could be a simple postcard. It could be at the size of our pink cards. The information is simply how to register to vote. And we don't need a lot of information or paper space to provide that to likely eligible but unregistered voters who we should all want to register to vote and participate in our elections because we take our civic participation seriously here.
Thank you.
Which is a question. Republicans. We'll start with actually the clerk.
Thank you for taking my question. Regarding the fellow member states, have they reported any issues with implementation or management of the ERIC system? And if so, how have they addressed those issues?
There have not been issues. Any issues that do come up are, again, this is completely governed and run by the member states themselves. So problem solving is done within the states and with their fellow member states. It's also important to know we are not doing any of this. We are not involved in any checking of data to keep our voter lists most accurate. We are not involved in any outreach to likely eligible but unregistered voters. This is something we should be doing. If we care about our elections, if we care about election integrity and voter participation, we should be enrolled in ERIC.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where is ERIC headquartered right now?
ERIC is made up of member states. And so each state is part of ERIC. They have an office in Washington, D.C. They do not give out the address of that because they want to maintain security. But ERIC is member states. It is not some shadow organization. It is literally the member states that govern, that create the rules, that fund the program, and make sure that you're getting the information that you need.
Follow-up?
Representative Lane wants to yield for a follow-up because you were up next, Representative Lane. Okay. So yes, you're good to go.
It's been a little while since I paid close attention to who is a member of ERIC. But some states have joined and then left. And do you know anything about that? If you don't, then maybe some speakers after you would know something about that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm sure some other speakers do know. I do have a list of member states, and it is true that there have been states that have left. The number of member states was higher than it is right now. We know that we are living in very divisive times where the prevalence of disinformation has influenced people to make, one might characterize them as poor decisions. In fact, states that have left, Eric, that have sought to create their own system to maintain their voter checklist the most accurate way possible and the most secure way possible, have not been able to do that. And they are looking to rejoin ERIC because they miss the value and benefits of being a member state of ERIC. I'm happy to provide you with a list of states that currently are member states. In fact, I'll read them right off to you. Alaska, Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Illinois, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Utah, Vermont, Washington, Wisconsin, and the District of Columbia. You'll notice that all New England states, except for New Hampshire, are members of ERIC. And you know also that we experience a lot of people coming and going in New Hampshire. There's a lot of moving between the New England states, a lot of people that come and go between New Hampshire and Massachusetts. If we ever wanted to catch voting in both states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts, ERIC is the way to catch those voters. You know, we've heard wild conspiracy theories about buses of voters coming up from Massachusetts to vote in New Hampshire elections. Never proven, but the way you could is through ERIC. It would be able to tell you if a voter had voted in both Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So if that is something that worries you, I hope that you would support joining ERIC.
Representative Lane? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had your hand up. I apologize. Representative Bay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking my question. This question is of interest to me as an immigrant. Does ERIC allow for a possibility of registering new immigrants in theory as soon as they come out of their oath taking to be new citizens, where you can present them with an online device such as an iPad or a PC, so that they can register to vote just when they became citizens of the United States?
Thank you for the question. ERIC does not control voter registration at all. It does not provide voter registration information. The state would be able to provide new immigrants or new Americans with the information needed to get them registered to vote, but that would not be within the purview of ERIC.
Thank you.
I believe Representative Burns up next. Alternate so you guys know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How can we be certain that unfair election advantage isn't provided to companies who have pre-existing data sharing agreements?
I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
There's a lot of, it speaks about sharing data. So how do we not know that they have pre-existing data sharing agreements with other companies?
Well, again, ERIC is made up of states, not companies. There is not, some shadow company taking your data and manipulating it in any way. And so, I think that's the best way I can answer your question. There may be others who can provide it, but I've also provided you with a documentation about the security protocols that ERIC takes seriously and have been approved by and evaluated by additional security services, cybersecurity firms, to ensure that ERIC has strong data security practices, and there have been no critical findings of the way that they manage data, which is, again, managed completely by the states.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rafter.
Thanks for taking my question. Could this reduce staff time or expenses that we currently incur to maintain checklists and update them?
Absolutely. This would absolutely help our local election officials with the maintenance of the checklist and could certainly have an impact on costs that municipalities face in their voter checklist maintenance. It's also important to notice that states that are in ERIC that have same-day registration, like we have here, have seen a decrease in the lines on election day for registering to vote because of the voter outreach that is done to make sure that likely eligible voters know how easy it is to register in advance of an election, that they don't need to register on the same day. They can register in advance.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Hamer.
Do you believe in Manchester, Ward 10, we had a voter vote, and then this voter went on to neighboring town of Goffstown and voted? With Eric, would this might have been stopped? Would he been stopped from voting again in state?
ERIC does track in-state movers, and after every election would be able to provide the data necessary and flag this particular transaction to make sure that that person was prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law as investigated thoroughly by the Attorney General's office.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. How many states have left ERIC, and have any of those states actually returned? Thank you.
You know, off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number of states that have left, but I know that currently there are 25 member states, with more expected to join this year who have not yet been members of ERIC. And there are some who have left and are attempting to return back to ERIC.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Okay, I have mine, and you already probably know what it's going to be. So the state constitution, see if I can bring it up here. I was flipping through stuff about ERIC while I was talking to you. The state constitution has in it a right to privacy. So it's Amendment 2B, so right after 2A, which is one of my faves, but 2B is also one of my favorites. Passed, I think we passed this in 2018, right? So it's not exactly one of those old ones. An individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. So if we enter into ERIC, some third party is looking at our data via the DMV, right? That's how it works. The DMV data is shared. The DMV data is private. The voter list is actually not private. The voter list is actually public. But how is the sharing of this information, even if it's secure, even if it's with a third party that's blind, how is that not a violation of the New Hampshire Constitution's inherent right to privacy, which specifically mentions private information?
The information is not private. In fact, the information that is evaluated through this data sharing is already with the government. Name, address, driver's license number, these are all part of governmental records. And so I reject the premise that it is a violation of the Constitution. We are talking about specific information that the government already has on you.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Aubrey Friedman.
May I just add quickly, Mr. Chairman, that the voters are on the side of ERIC. There was a study done, a survey done by St. A's just this past November, where it was found that 75% of New Hampshire voters support New Hampshire joining ERIC. And I think we should listen to our voters because they know best. Thank you.
I hear you. I am familiar with that survey. I would welcome anyone to look at the wording of that survey because I took it. Oh, actually, late entry here. I apologize. We're gonna hold on you because we have the Secretary of State's card just made it to my desk, and I usually like to bring him in right after the introduction of the bill. So you will be up next. I apologize, but I just got his card.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Secretary of State David Scanlon, and I want to give you my thoughts on this bill. First of all, the people I've spoken to around the country and secretaries of state's offices have said that this program works well for them. I've never heard of anybody speak poorly of it. However, recently, the program was more politicized, made more politicized than it was when 9 Republican states decided to leave the program. And I was not a part of those discussions, so I don't know the specific reasons that they used, but I know that one of them was a frustration of the rules that are used by ERIC and the inability to change those to make them more compatible with what those states wanted to do. And I'll get into some examples of that in a second. New Hampshire, the Secretary of State's office within the next couple of months is about ready to roll out the next generation of our statewide voter registration database, a brand new system. And as part of that, we are incorporating the national change of address information, which is some of the stuff that ERIC does. It will be easier to share the death data that we collect through our Division of Vital Records into that system. And I believe that it is going to make it a lot easier for our supervisors of the checklist to maintain that database at the local level. In addition to that, this committee has heard a couple of bills that deal with more frequent intervals in terms of a verification of the checklist, formerly called purging, but that would be a more frequent review of inactive voters on that list to help keep those lists clean. So with that understanding, also I'd like to say that I've been involved in this election process since 2002. That's the same year that the Help America Vote Act passed Congress, and it was the first time that New Hampshire was required to create and maintain a statewide centralized voter database. And I can tell you the discussion at the time was that we are going to have all of this personal and private voter information in one place, and how important it is to keep that information private and confidential. And the commitment at the time, and I was a part of that, was we're going to honor that, thing for the New Hampshire voters, that we're not going to simply give away all of this data that we now collect at the state level. So what ERIC requires is a regular data dump of the information that we have, not only in the elections database, but also in the motor vehicles database. And that dump includes private, personal, and confidential information. In the past, when we did an interstate match, we sent data to a central system, and our data was matched up against the data from other states. It was not kept. It was simply a match. And we received a lot of matches back of what appeared to be duplicate voters. I think the number was close to 100,000. But it was very basic information. New Hampshire was one of the few states that went through the exercise of going through all of that information, eliminating names whenever we added middle names, initials, looked at birth dates, stuff that was in our system. And we narrowed it down to about 250 suspicious voters. And out of that, there were a handful, it's probably around 10, where there were convictions based on prosecutions for inappropriate voting, double voting, that was found as a result of that check. A really small number when you boil it right down. But this is what the agreement says for members of ERIC. This is what they have to agree to. That within 60 days of the certification date and at least every 60 days thereafter, the member shall transmit the following data to ERIC: all inactive and active voter files, excluding those records that are confidential or protected from disclosure by law, including those fields identified in Exhibit B. And Exhibit B is a list of the data that's requested: names, addresses, phone numbers, birth dates, things like that. And all licensing or identification records from motor vehicles departments, including those fields unrelated to voter eligibility, such as fields related to an individual's driving record, including those fields identified as Exhibit B, MV, motor vehicle data. Voter registration data and motor vehicle data shall be collectively referred to as member data. Under no circumstances shall the member transmit an individual's record where the record contains documentation or other information indicating that the individual is a non-citizen of the United States. So that's number one. It is a complete dump of personal and private information to a third-party entity that is not the state of New Hampshire. Now, the next part that I have an issue with. Oh, let me just refer you to the bill while we're on that topic real quick. On lines, starting on line 11 through 13, the sentence says that the Secretary of State shall ensure that any information or data shared between agencies is protected by security processes and protocols, and that any information or data that is of confidential nature remains confidential. That's fine with me in terms of the statewide voter registration database. That's my responsibility. I own that. And if that system is hacked into or breached somehow, that's on me. But I have no authority over motor vehicle records housed by the Division of Motor Vehicles or any other agency that might end up providing information under this statute. And I have no authority over what ERIC would do with the data once they have it. I can't guarantee, even though they might have a good track record, I cannot guarantee that information is not going to be hacked or breached so I think that's an inappropriate clause to have in this piece of legislation. Then this goes on to say that the Secretary of State shall, consistent with membership requirements, receive ERIC reports for the purposes of improving the accuracy of voter registration data, for which data provides evidence of eligible or potentially eligible citizens who are not registered to vote, and initiate contact of each eligible or potentially eligible citizen and supply information on how to register to vote. That is the next issue that I have with this piece of legislation, is that there should not be a third party dictating to New Hampshire how we are going to reach out and encourage voters to register to vote. That should be a decision that is made by the legislature and the citizens of the state of New Hampshire, and we should not put ourselves in a position where we have a third party dictating how we're going to conduct that part of our election process. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Just one, there were 9 states that left the ERIC program. I have not heard that any of them are considering coming back, although that may be.
Fair enough. Questions from the committee? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, do you know why they left? Can you just sum that up again for us? Thank you.
I can tell you what I heard. Again, I was
Thank
not
you.
part of those conversations. One was the fact that are provisions in the ERIC program, like the one that I just mentioned, about having to reach out to voters as a requirement of belonging to the program. And concerns were expressed over that, and there was no desire to remove those concerns on the part of ERIC. I understand that there were some issues with individuals that were participating on the board of directors, but yeah, that's all I know in that regard.
I have a follow-up along that same line. So for the committee, I usually like to go last, but is it concerning to you or your office that over a third of the members have left this program in the last year?
I think it's an interesting fact, although I'm not looking at this program from that perspective. I think that if there was a program out there that where New Hampshire could match its data up with the data from other states and not have that data kept anywhere other than just providing that information, I think that would make sense. And I would certainly be happy to do it with our neighbors in New England.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Secretary of State. I think I heard you say that ERIC tells you how, the agreement tells you how to reach out. And I guess I heard from the other speaker that that was not the case, that it was up to you on how you wanted to do it. And I thought in your own time frame, but maybe I misunderstood. Could you clarify that, please?
Sure. So this is, I'm reading right from the membership agreement. When the member receives ERIC data regarding eligible or possibly eligible citizens who are not registered to vote, the member shall, at a minimum, initiate contact with each and every eligible or possibly eligible citizen and inform them how to register to vote. Each member shall have until October 1st or 15 days before the close of registration, whichever is earlier, of the next federal general election year to initiate the contact with at least 95% of the eligible or potentially eligible citizens on whom data was provided and address validation was performed as described above. And then it continues on in a fairly lengthy paragraph from there. But to me, that's a requirement that the state has to reach out to identified eligible or potentially eligible voters, and a contact has to be made.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
So I understand that as ERIC generates this data, that that actually ERIC also has a data sharing agreement with the Center for Election Innovation and Research, CEIR, CEIR, and that data sharing agreement would theoretically allow them to provide New Hampshire voter information to CEIR from ERIC. There's no clarity or prohibitions in the bylaws, at least as I've read the ERIC bylaws from February 23 about that. And there's also been some discussion about some states using the CEIR or CEIR using the information in some states to bolster registration on one side in particular. I won't say which side, but do you have any concerns if this data sharing would occur with CEIR? Would you have any concerns about how that might affect registration and voting in New Hampshire?
Well, first, I'm not aware of a sharing agreement. That's news to me, and I'm not saying it's not the case. It could very well be, but that just gets back to my initial comments about being serious with strong conviction that New Hampshire data, the information on New Hampshire voters should remain private and confidential, just as we agreed to when we first created the database system. Those states that acquire data, I would believe, or certainly want to believe, that they would use that data in the best interests of the voters in their state, and that's how New Hampshire would do it.
Representative Bay.
Secretary of State's office engage in any type of proactive outreach to eligible but unregistered voters?
If the question is, do we send mailings out to individuals? The answer is we don't. But we do have very active programs through social media and conventional media to reaching out to let voters know about dates that are coming up in order to register to vote. We initiated a really neat program this year where we have reached out to new American citizens, those who have been recently naturalized. We have a brochure for them. That information comes in multiple languages. We have a video that was produced with members of those minority communities and the Secretary of State's office encouraging people to vote. That's up on our website. And so we are actively reaching out to potentially new voters. We just did the great fourth grade sticker contest, and I know it's going to be a few years before they can show up at the clerk's office, but it gets them thinking about when I get old enough, when I'm old enough, I want to register to vote. So yeah, we do have programs in place where we are encouraging that opportunity.
May I follow up? Should ERIC be part of New Hampshire's future, would those programs that you've mentioned, you've been doing, would that not be responsive to the requirements of ERIC? Do you feel that there are things specifically that you're not doing that needs to be done on account of ERIC?
And again, this is a legislative policy decision, but what ERIC is calling for, which we do not do, is identify individuals who appear to meet the qualifications to be a voter, but have not yet registered. And it would require my office to make a contact with those voters, just letting them know that they can vote and how to do it.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That makes me think of a few things, what you just said. So would data from the Department of Motor Vehicles be shared? And would that, I'm trying to remember what I used when I registered when I got my license. Would that include Social Security information, my birth certificate, passport information? Is that something that they would be gathering? And then if I felt strongly about not voting, for example, maybe I had a religious obstacle to that, would that still be shared with them? Would that DMV information still be shared with this out-of-state organization?
So I'm really glad you asked that question. At first, I did not take a close look at what DMV information is being requested, although it sounds like it's pretty comprehensive. But New Hampshire is also unique in that we are one of just a handful of states that is exempt from the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. And at that time, there was, for those states that fell into that act, there became a direct tie between elections and motor vehicles, so that anybody going to get a driver's license could also register to vote. And because of that, most states, 40 plus states in the country, have their elections offices and their elections information already matched up and coinciding with their motor vehicle data. That has not happened in New Hampshire because we have not had to do it. There is a provision in HAVA that allows and requires the elections data be matched up against the motor vehicle data so that we can identify same names, same birth dates, but maybe different addresses so that we can clean up the records and keep those clean. But we do not have any access beyond that to motor vehicle records. We do not keep motor vehicle records, and motor vehicles does not keep any elections records. So for New Hampshire to participate in ERIC, there would also have to be an agreement with the Division of Motor Vehicles. We would have to work out our electronic systems to combine that data before it could be sent to ERIC. And I don't think that that's a big deal based on conversations I've had with the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology, but it is a big deal in the sense that the data that we have on citizens of New Hampshire are two distinctly separate silos, and that would have to be worked out.
Representative Lane?
Thank you, Secretary of State. I got a little confused about the information that we would be sharing with ERIC. And I think you said there was confidential information that would be shared. And what is that confidential information that's not already public?
Well, number one, it would be birth date information. So it would be all name fields, all address fields, driver's license or state ID number, last four digits of social security number, date of birth, activity dates, current record status, phone number, email address or other electronic contact method. There is a provision that says if that information is collected by the member state, and we do not collect phone numbers or email addresses for the purpose of entering it into the statewide voter registration database.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
For pursuing that earlier venture where you looked through all those names and sorted out who were the duplicates and who were the 10 problematic folks. There was a Yale study back in about 2021 that estimated that ERIC had a 4% false positive rate. And so I'm curious, how would the Secretary of State's office handle false positives and, where someone is basically claiming to be, or ERIC would identify those persons as, that person as a duplicative voter, but in fact there was a reasonable explanation, and that's how would your office handle that?
Well, it would require a very thorough review. And when we went through the exercise the last time, it is mind-boggling to know how many people have the same name and the same birth date in this country. It is remarkable. And so you have to continue to look at ways to narrow the field by just adding more information that is available from whatever sources you could find. And when we've reached a certain point, we had to hand over the potential matches to the Attorney General's office, who have a much broader array of sources of information because of their law enforcement ability. They have databases that the Secretary of State's office simply does not have access to. And then if they end up being convinced that they have found matches for duplicate voting, then they do an investigation. And so, I mean, it is a very thorough, well thought out process. A 4% false positive wouldn't concern me at all.
Representative Rafter.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, going back to the requirement to reach out to potential voters, which you identified as a burden, if you don't follow that requirement to the letter, would you get kicked out of ERIC, or is there some other penalty or sanction?
First of all, don't get me wrong. I didn't say that was a burden. What I was objecting to was a third party instructing New Hampshire that they had to do it. If the legislature said this is what you're going to do, we would make it happen. Getting back to Eric, there are provisions in here of what happens if you don't follow through with the information. And I'll admit I didn't read those as closely as I read the parts that I just conveyed to you during this hearing.
All right, we're gonna. I know I'm asking the committee to get to the end of this, but I'm not gonna. I understand the importance of this, so I'm not going to cut off questions. But let's be direct. Representative Bay.
Chairman, do you have an estimate of how many eligible but unregistered voters there are in New Hampshire?
No, I don't. But I can tell you that among all the states, New Hampshire has a very, very, very high participation rate of citizens that participate to vote here. And so the number of voters that we have in that category, I would guess, is much smaller than it would be in some of the other states.
Any other questions? So you know the number you're looking for is called the VAP, voter age participation, and the Secretary of State's office produces a report about it every 2 years. It's available directly on their website. I'll do the plug for you. With that, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am going to recess this hearing for the purpose of introduction of House Bill 1569. The sponsor is here, so we're going to do what we did earlier. We're going to allow the sponsor to introduce, and then we're going to recess and go right back to this bill.
I have a question. Unlike the other sponsor, I think there will be a lot of questions. So are we going to do those? Through those?
You're
Okay.
totally allowed to ask your questions. I try to, when the sponsors are here, I try to
Okay.
allow them the
Okay.
opportunity to do it on time. So Representative Lynn, you're recognized for the purpose of it. We've recessed 1557. We are coming right back to it. And we are now opening up the public hearing on 1569 relative to eliminating voter identification exceptions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bob Lynn. I'm a representative from Wyndham, Rockingham District 17. And in the interest, I know you're pressed for time. In the interest of sort of brevity, first off, I'm happy to answer questions if people have it. But what I would say, just for your information, is this is the very same bill. I mean, literally word for word, that was introduced last year. It was, if I recall correctly, tabled. The purpose of it is to eliminate the affidavit ballot procedure and basically say, if you want to vote, you provide the documentation. You can do that. You can register to vote on the day of the election, but you provide the documentation. If you don't provide the documentation, you don't vote. Period. End of story. That's
the sort of testimony that I love. Okay. With that, we'll take questions from the committee on 1569 from the sponsor. And he is correct. It is identical to the bill that was tabled in what I refer to as tablethon from last year. So Representative Brennan, I believe you want to speak or no? Representative Weary.
Aaron, thank you for taking my question. I believe that there was a study that Representative Proust did, I believe, with regard to folks who had submitted affidavits but had not provided enough information. And in follow-ups, the percentage of people who actually ended up completing their affidavits was surprisingly low, like less than 10%. Is that what this bill is trying to get at? Is removing these sort of excuses for not completing the affidavits of eligibility to vote?
well, I mean, I suppose that is one of the benefits. Maybe to be very honest with you, until you just notified me of that study, I was not aware of that study. But I guess what I would say is one of the things that I remember when the when the affidavit ballot bill was going through the process was, well, there was a question about, well, would this be unconstitutional because you're not counting, arguably, you're not counting all the votes on the night of the election. Although, as I think I said at the time with regard to that, it's hard to understand how it could be unconstitutional when recounts are allowed. So you allow recounts. So, but anyway, it eliminates that issue. In other words, to the extent that there's some claim, some suggestion that you're not going to have everybody who voted is not going to get counted that day, this eliminates that, because you either provide the documentation or you don't vote. And the other thing is, candidly, it seems to me that it is not a good system that allows someone where you're supposed to have all this, all the stuff, the documentation in the 4 areas, that you are able to say, in effect, well, I don't have that, but I swear that it's all true. And we just sort of, have to accept that. So this is designed to eliminate that.
Questions from the committee, Representative Lane?
Representative Lynn, as you have a whole section about citizenship and having to prove citizenship in the
Right.
bill. Are you aware that there are federal cases where they have said that basically you cannot do that? That you have to, when there's a federal election, you have to accept yes or no. Are you a citizen, yes or no? And I guess I would follow up if you wanted to have a conversation about those cases.
Yeah, my understanding, I think the case that you're referring to, I can't remember the name, but I know it was written by Justice Scalia. I think that that applied under, that it applied under the statutes that New Hampshire is not covered by. I think that's correct. And the other part of that is, this is sort of often overlooked, but as I recall that decision, I think that the court left it open that there is that the form that is used in the states that are covered by the national legislation, there is a way that those states can challenge having to use the form. They just basically, that decision was kind of a procedural decision. You didn't follow the right procedure.
So are you aware of how expensive and how few people really have that documentation available?
Well, no, I guess I'm not aware of that. I think that most people do have their birth certificates or can relatively easily get them. And what this sort of really brings home to me is that I think that voting is a sacred right. I completely agree to that, but it's also an important right, and it's not. I don't think it's unreasonable to say to somebody, if you want to vote, you shouldn't. If I want to vote in 10 minutes, I shouldn't have started thinking about it 10 minutes ago. I should have started thinking about it, a while ago, so that I could make sure I can do what I need to do to be able to vote. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hamer?
I have a situation here, and I'll end it with a question. What about the family who has lived in Manchester's Ward 10 and always voted every election? Well, their family home had a fire recently, just before the January 23rd presidential primary. The home was declared a total loss. I'll repeat, a total loss. The family escaped with only the clothes on their backs. This family was able to rent an apartment in Manchester's Ward 12. This family went to vote at their new polling location and tried to register without any IDs. Because we have voter identification affidavit in place currently, this family was able to register in Ward 12 and vote. If you take these voter identification exceptions away, wouldn't that be yet another devastation to this family who's already suffered a total loss of their family home?
Well, first of all, I think you posit a really, really, unusual situation. But I suppose if the people were real, if that terrible situation happened and the people were really interested in voting, for example, I would think that one of the things they might have been able to do is have family members or neighbors who didn't live with them be able to come in and say, look, this is what happened. The house just burned down yesterday. I've known these people for 40 years. Of course, they're citizens of the United States. I know that. And I would think that a reasonable election official would accept that under those circumstances.
Yes, that's fine.
So that's an exception, right?
Well, no. The rules, it says in there, or any naturalization or any other reasonable documentation which indicates the applicant is a citizen of the United States. So if documentation is too narrow, maybe it should say evidence or any other reasonable evidence. Sure, that might be an appropriate change to make. But I think that the example I gave would be a reasonable in those circumstances. Now, it might not be in other circumstances, but if something happened, on the eve of the election, sure, I think that would make sense.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Representative Brennan. I didn't see your hand.
Thank you. It's good to see you again, Representative
Same here.
Lynn. Earlier today on a different bill, you testified that you support every eligible voter being able to cast their ballot and have their ballot counted. Are you concerned at all that if this legislation is enacted, that every eligible voter would not be able to cast their ballot and have that vote counted?
No, I'm not, because as I said before, it seems to me that it is not in any way unreasonable to say that if you want to vote, you have to act responsibly. You can't just decide, you can't, it's not like, at 5 minutes to 12, I decide, let's see, what do I want for lunch today? Am I going to have tuna fish or a turkey sandwich or whatever? It's reasonable to say you have to think, if you want to vote, you have to think about that at least some reasonable period of time in advance.
Follow up, please.
Yep, follow.
Are you aware that many voters make their decision about how they're going to cast their ballot as they're walking into the polling location? And would it not be in the same vein as prohibiting those folks? The line of your argument is that people should be thinking far in advance, and many people don't, and they make that decision the day of, the moment of, as they're walking into the polling location and as they close the curtain behind them in the polling booth.
I think that you're confusing two things. The question of I'm going to vote is a different question than who I'm going to vote for. I have frankly been in that situation many times of closing the curtain, particularly for positions further down the ballot. Absolutely, that's a different question than am I going to vote. I know, and I think most reasonable people know fairly significantly in advance whether they're going to vote or not. That's a different question, I think.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
This will be the last one, but yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of any numbers from perhaps the Attorney General's office that have that would indicate that we have an issue with affidavits being filed for voting purposes that have led to a prosecution for voter fraud, which seems to be the basis of this, is that we're trying to eliminate voter fraud and we want to provide as much information as possible when registering to vote. Are you aware of what the numbers are from the Attorney General's office regarding the amount of prosecutions for voter fraud as a result of using an affidavit to vote?
Well, I guess I'd have two responses. First, the information that was brought out by your colleagues sitting next to you about the number of affidavits that are the information is not provided afterwards. It would seem to me that that would raise my suspicion about why wasn't it provided, suggesting that maybe it didn't exist. So that's the first part. The second part that is I think is critically important. There's no question that voter fraud is very hard to prove. So, I don't have the statistics from the Attorney General's office. I suspect it's pretty low. I've heard about, a few times every election cycle, you hear of a few cases like that. Sure. Does that mean that that's all the fraud there is? No. As pointed out by the other, why didn't these people return their affidavits? I mean, the documentation that was supposed to be provided. It seems to me that, as I said, voter fraud, I think, is very difficult to prove. And so I think the answer is we really don't know the extent of voter fraud.
All right. Further questions from the committee? Representative Burnham?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for taking my question. I recently went with my 18-year-old daughter to get a second set of earrings. And knowing what I know about what's acceptable to register to vote in our state, I was a bit taken back that she required her ID to show her age and where she lived. Unfortunately, she wasn't aware, and therefore she wouldn't be able to get her ears pierced. I say this because if one is required to have some type of identification to get their ears pierced, wouldn't one think that they would need that identification to be able to go and vote?
No, I mean, exactly. It just seems to me it's hard to imagine that somebody doesn't understand that voting is a serious matter, and that you're not going to just be able to. I would think that most people would understand. I'm not going to just be able to walk in and just vote without having to provide any documentation or evidence of who I am and that I meet the requirements.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative. I already said the last one was the last one, so this is actually the last one. I would hope the ranking member will back me up on that after this one.
Thank you. New Hampshire is in a critical time period where we are experiencing a housing crisis like never before. If someone is without a home, homeless, transient, do they forfeit their right to vote because they don't have a permanent address?
No, I don't think they do. I think they have. I think that there are ways that they can confirm that they have a domicile in wherever that may be. And I think we've heard, at least I've heard examples of police officers or social service workers or whatever, sort of being able to verify, yes, this person actually does live in this encampment or whatever. So I think it can be done. Again, does it require somebody to think a little bit about it? Yeah, it does, but I think it can be done.
Is voting a right or a privilege?
There's no question it's a right.
Okay, thank you.
With that, thank you, Representative Lynn. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you go about your day. We're going to recess the hearing on 1569 and reopen the hearing on 1557, requiring the Secretary of State to enter into a membership agreement with the Electronic Registration Information Center. Going to recognize Aubrey Friedman. We're going to come back to you. I told you we would come back. I just didn't imagine it would be that long.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater, private citizen. I speak in opposition to this bill. First of all, the main purpose stated to eliminate possible duplicate voting is a good, it's a commendable goal. However, trying to register every single voter who's eligible, that to me seems like an impossible, and that seems the more bigger part of this bill, trying to register everybody, and at significant cost. I mean, personally, when there's an election, you see signs out, you know there's an election coming, it's in the news and there's ads, and you can't miss the signs. So for a person to not know that an election is coming, if they're interested to vote, they will contact their town clerk, ask somebody, how do you vote? So this kind of outreach effort to get everybody registered seems honestly silly to me. And more important, so let's say you achieve the goal of registering every eligible voter. How are you going to get them to turn out on voting day? Because registering is one thing, but you actually want people to vote. Well, I've seen in our towns, we get the checklist periodically for school board elections, and you'll see like 12, 13, 14 names on a page, and especially in the March elections, you'll see like one name shows up. And the next page, nobody showed up. So if people want to, so this whole effort to register everybody, to me, seems a waste of time. If they want to, they'll find out. And more important, if they want to vote, they'll vote. So what are you going to do if you did get everybody to register? Are you also going to start calling everybody the day before the election to turn out and vote? It would be impossible. So I think that's one of the problems with this joining the ERIC is total registration of everybody. I also see, in my mind, the biggest problem with voting problems is the mail-in ballots. That's the real issue. Harvesting and, there's a lot of problems, potential problems with that. So, and this joining the ERIC has nothing to do with that. And I actually think it will make it worse because ERIC wants AVR, automatic voter registration, from the DMV. I came from California, and that's how they do it there. Once you've registered, you got your license or your car, they mail out the ballots, and there's really, you kind of lose control. That's the bigger problem. And and they're also opt-out too. If it was opt-in, it wouldn't be so bad, but it's always opt-out. So that's the problem, and this joining ERIC isn't going to solve that problem at all. What else here? Well, the cost has been mentioned, and I think it was at high of $174,000. I think they're going to need more staff than just one person to try to contact 95% of every eligible voter. So I think the costs are a little bit low, and it did say uncertain costs too. So that's a problem. Also, the ERIC reports, I've looked at the website and it has all their stats and shows for the different states possible duplications. But those are possible duplications. I'm curious, how many actual convictions did the reports really turn into? And as been mentioned, there's very few people who really vote in two different places. I mean, your one vote, the chance of getting caught is so silly. I don't think it. But as I say, the mail-in ballots, there is kind of some value in trying to play around with that, the harvesting and everything. And lastly, just the data sharing, what could possibly go wrong with data sharing? So that in itself would be enough to, I think it's not a good idea, and that's why I oppose the bill.
Will you be taking questions?
Yes, please.
Representative Bohm's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You mentioned rights, just like any other right. Isn't it up to the citizen to exercise that right?
Right, or choose not to. A lot of people are just not interested in, leave them alone. It's there. I just cannot see that it's that hard to register. And if you move to a new area, if you're interested. If you're not interested, you won't bother with it.
Thank you.
Further questions? I'll follow up with Representative Bohm. Are you aware of any other rights that are automatically granted by going to the DMV, such as do we give people a gun? exercise their Second Amendment rights?
No,
I
no.
All right, thank you. Next up is Bob Perry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bob Perry, Town of Stratford. I speak in support. Since last doing ERIC research in 2020, the number of potential voters ERIC has identified has increased among 31 states from 34 million to 60 million and has provided 39.3 million voter record updates, to name only two categories of reports. This and much more information state election officials would otherwise be required to collect from various state and government agencies at its own expense, suggesting there are cost savings to be had to offset the cost of membership in ERIC. Those fees in 2020 were $25,000 as a one-time fee, $20,000 per year membership, and an estimated $50,000 in yearly administrative costs that appear very reasonable given the ongoing benefits. I do not have an updated fee schedule. Some unlikely members of ERIC include Alaska, Arizona, Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Utah, and Wisconsin, with an additional 18 states utilizing the research of this public charity nonprofit. Its 3-page PDF sets out the prolific security systems used to protect the integrity of voter information and of its own work product. Our Secretary of State's office was once a member of the now defunct Kansas Crosscheck program, despite public concerns from voter protection advocates that its system was highly suspect and inferior to ERIC. It can be fairly stated the office of the Secretary of State relatively recently, therefore, supported the concept of outside assistance in maintaining accurate voter rolls. Obviously, you've heard the Secretary testify. Quoting ERIC's executive director, quote, utilizing these 4 data sources, ERIC provides its members with reports that identify inaccurate or out-of-date voter registration records, deceased voters, individuals who appear to be eligible to vote but who are not yet registered, and possible cases of illegal voting. I suggest utilization of this product is a win for voters and the state, and I provide a link for full details at ericstates.org. So I urge passage. Thank you.
We'll be taking questions from the committee.
I will.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
Next up is Al Brandano. Is he still here? I saw him here earlier, but I think he has left. All right. Next up then is Linda Bundy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of House Election Law. I'm Linda Bundy and I live in Antrim. I support HB 1557 requiring the Secretary of State to enter into a membership agreement with the Electronic Registration Information Center. Quoting ERIC's executive director, ERIC is a nonprofit membership organization created by state election officials to help improve the accuracy of state voter rolls and register more eligible Americans to vote. 25 states and the District of Columbia are members of ERIC. New Hampshire is the only New England state that is not a member. A state's voter registration rolls are the foundation of free, fair, and valid elections. Accurate rolls build confidence in election results. ERIC uses a robust and safe data sharing program that employs state-of-the-art matching technology. By comparing a member's voter records to other members' voters' records, DMV records, and to federal deceased data and national change of address data, ERIC identifies differences that indicate a member's voter record may be out of date or inaccurate. ERIC generates 4 types of reports from the data comparisons. Members are required to request at least 1 report once per year. Additionally, ERIC provides an eligible but unregistered report that identifies individuals who may be eligible to vote but are not registered. At least once every 2 years, members send voter registration information to individuals identified in this report. ERIC never connects to any state's voter registration system. Membership in ERIC is a secure, logical way to improve and modernize the maintenance of our election checklists. I ask that you vote ought to pass on HB 1557. Thank you.
No questions? See, I like a good no questions. Next up, the one and only Lucas Myers. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you as well, Mr. Chairman. Lucas Meyer from Manchester, New Hampshire, here to testify in support of this bill. I feel like there's a bit of whiplash coming before this committee today, where I've heard some testimony that apparently allegations of voter fraud are no longer a problem in the state, despite many years and many bills and many court cases, some of them costing the state over $3 million to litigate in an attempt to find and strengthen our elections, when in reality, those efforts only disenfranchised eligible voters in the state. So one would assume a program like ERIC, a bipartisan proven program, would not be something that this committee could come together on. I am excited this year that there is some bipartisan representation on this bill, but it is my understanding that the shared values of this committee include supporting our local election officials by having more accurate, clean voter lists, a shared value that came forward during the committee on voter confidence put together by the Secretary of State as a recommendation for this committee to take seriously this session. To catch possible cases of voter fraud, I grew up in the state hearing about buses coming in from Massachusetts, carrying voters in. Let's find out. That's all we're asking. Massachusetts is a member of ERIC. After the election, we could have a report, not months later, weeks later, to hand to our Attorney General to say, hey, let's go investigate these possible cases. Georgia just announced today that they have the Secretary of State, Republican Brad Raffensperger, because of their membership in ERIC, identified 17 possible cases of voter fraud across the state, which they handed down to the Attorney General's office for them or the state's attorneys to go out and investigate. We talk about voter confidence. We talk about ending this distraction of a conversation about voter fraud in the state. We have an opportunity. We talk about folks who vote for the first time, perhaps with an out-of-state license. That makes some people uncomfortable. I can understand that on a human level. Did you know that using data from 2016 from an NHPR report, that over 75% of out-of-state IDs that were used in New Hampshire in 2016 came from states that are also members of ERIC? Ergo, after the election, people are saying, hey, what are all these out-of-state licenses? We could, as a state, within 75%, identify, ooh, Mike O'Brien voted in New Hampshire, in Maine, and Massachusetts. We would be able to know that. How many Mike O'Briens are there in New Hampshire? I know there's at least one, but we know a lot. So I say this because, and I understand this is New Hampshire. We like to think we are perhaps unique in our desire to protect data and information of our citizens. I think we are all adults to assume that the 25 other states that are part of ERIC also want to protect their voters' information as well. And if that question lingers for you as a committee member, you do not have to wonder in absentia. You can call your colleagues in Vermont, in Maine, in Massachusetts, in Rhode Island. We can get answers to these questions. What we cannot do outside of ERIC is get the benefits that this unique, proven, secure program delivers. So I really hope, and despite And the last thing I'll say here is on why states have left. We've been tiptoeing around it. It's because certain Republican states think George Soros pays for this program. It is lunacy. It is not rooted in reality. It gives credence to big lie conspiracy theories that this committee is working to push back against. And I know that that is a bipartisan agreement, that that is not how we run elections in this state. So this is an opportunity not only for New Hampshire, the first in the nation state, which we pounded our chests about how we do democracy best in the country, and that's why we should have the first in the nation. Let's match that by showing the country that we will not cave to these conspiracy theories and instead take a really strong step and shift the dialogue towards no, this once sleepy program that started in 2012 is in fact what it is, which is an opportunity to help our local election officials catch cases of voter fraud and, heaven forbid, enfranchise eligible but unregistered voters, which, as a downside to this bill, is pretty antithetical to what it means to be a Granite Stater, in my opinion. But I'll leave that to you all individually, and I'll stop there.
Will you be taking questions?
I'd love to.
Are there questions? Representative Weary, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. So what are the origins of ERIC? How did it come about? How was it started? And what were the funding that contributed to its origins?
The Pew Charitable Trust was the original entity that I believe seed funded the project, but since then has grown out to be just administered by the member states. But 2012, recognizing that states needed a tool to combat these lies of voter fraud and to also identify a problem that our local election officials were having of just like cluttered up voter rolls. So that's the nexus of it.
Follow up?
If no one else wants to go, sure.
Who was one of the main contributors to the Pew Charitable Trust?
I have their 990 in front of me.
Would it surprise you if it was George Soros?
No.
On that bombshell, any other questions? And I think we will take these accusations against Mr. O'Brien very seriously. You know,
I mean, can I respond? I mean,
yeah, sure, go for it.
I mean, is the supposition then that is that your supposition, Representative, that it is paid for, that it is a liberal think tank that is trying to skew our elections? Because I think the evidence is pretty clear against that. And I think perpetuating those types of conspiracy theories, which is what it is dangerous.
I think we'll end that there. I think you can imagine the members' stance on that, given the pointed question. So, any other questions from the committee? Nope, seeing none. Thank you. It's always good to see you. Next up is Mara Chappelle. I get your name right this time, I think. Last name.
Better and better. So, 2 for 2. Maura Annette Chappelle, Jefferson, New Hampshire. I wasn't, again, not prepared to speak, but based on something that he said, I wanted to clarify. The buses from Massachusetts, and I hate, and those are the people that are on my side, they always say that, and I'm like, shh, don't say that, because it's not true. We all know it's not true. But what happens is, Coos County, again, where I am, we are routinely, all of our elections are routinely 1, 2, 3 votes, because we're that small. So 1, 2, 3 people hugely matters. The rest of the state saw it this in 2022. How many ties were there? I think there was a record number of recounts because that's how close. So 1, 2, 3 votes matters. So it's not the buses coming in and affecting the state. It's the short-term rental owners who vote using their vacation house address. They vote absentee from Massachusetts and Connecticut and wherever else. It's the out-of-state relatives, because I'm from Massachusetts, and my family goes, I don't vote because it doesn't matter in Massachusetts. It would be very easy for me to go, yeah, they live with me, right? Small town, though, I would get busted. I mean, we all see each other. I have painstakingly, every election for the last few years, I get every voter checklist, every mock voter checklist of Coos County, and go through them and cross-check them against all the short-term rentals and cross-check them against anything that I can. And Jefferson has routinely 10 to 15. Twin Mountain has almost 30. Randolph has almost 30. Right there, that's 3 reps. That's 3 reps that get affected. And as you've seen in your own House elections, 1, 2, 3 hugely matters. How many things have been decided by our thing? So it's not the buses from Massachusetts. It's still the little guys. And also, actually, the real point I meant to make, I don't mean to ramble, I'm sorry, I'm new at this. It's not whether or not they voted in Massachusetts and up here. That's what people get fixated on. They'll vote here instead of Massachusetts, which is still against the law, but gets brushed aside. Stop. They think what he was saying is to just only if they voted in both places. They're voting up here instead of their home state, and it just doesn't happen to be by bus. So,
Will you be taking questions?
if anyone has them.
Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. All right, we are now in lobbyist land. Yep, I think yes. So I'm going to put on the 2-minute shot clock. First up, Matt Mushin. Matt, it's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. It's been a minute. Afternoon, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. Matt Mushian, a voter in Claremont. I am the Advocacy and Engagement Director with 603 Forward, and today I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1557. ERIC is the only secure bipartisan tool to improve the accuracy of our voter rolls, support hardworking election officials, and strengthen election integrity and build our voter confidence. In the final report of the Secretary of State's Special Committee on Voter Confidence, the committee made a recommendation, quote, to have updated checklist verification and provide a uniform and secure checklist updating system statewide that accounts for move-ins, move-outs, and deaths. New Hampshire should consider methods to determine if New Hampshire citizens have voted in other states, end quote. ERIC would clearly accomplish this shared goal that the committee identified in their nonpartisan report. As you've also heard, a recent poll conducted by the St. Anselm College Survey Center revealed that 75% of Granite State voters think that New Hampshire should join ERIC. And as you've also heard, ERIC has support from election officials across the political spectrum, from Georgia to Rhode Island, who have relied on ERIC to keep their voter rolls accurate and up to date. Every state in New England is a member of ERIC, and it's beyond time for us to join this nonpartisan system. And often the conversation in New Hampshire around voting rights gets mirrored down in a debate over voter fraud or perceived relaxed nature of our elections in New Hampshire. This means that it's often younger folks or more transient voters who face the most threats to their constitutional right to vote because of conspiracy theories and conspiracy theory-driven bills that make it harder and more costly to vote. 603 Forward supports ERIC because we believe that by providing the data needed to root out actual cases of voter fraud, we would be able to focus on the continued improvement of our voter confidence and put to bed these conversations. Our focus should be on making elections more secure and efficient for folks to participate, and having up-to-date, accurate voter registration lists is key to maintaining our secure elections. So we ask you please vote ought to pass on House Bill 1557.
Are there questions? Will you be taking questions?
Certainly.
Are there questions from the committee? I have one because I kind of warned against referencing this St. A's poll earlier, but apparently we're not going to pay attention to that. So you say it's 75% of, I have two questions here. So you believe 75% of Granite Staters believe we should enroll in ERIC. Do you genuinely believe that 75% of Granite Staters know what ERIC is?
It's a good question. I think that 75% of Granite Staters can probably identify with the concept of ERIC and maintaining our accurate voter rolls and identifying these issues.
Fair. And my follow-up is UNH released a survey today, which, by the way, everybody should go check it out. It talks about the support or opposing New Hampshire law requiring the First in the Nation primary. So 66% of Granite Staters support the First in the Nation primary law. Are you to have me believe that more people in New Hampshire support joining ERIC than support our First in the Nation primary?
That's what the numbers say.
Yep. So if anybody wants, I'd recommend go reading that poll. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mackenzie St. Germain.
Good afternoon. I promise I will not be citing any sort of polls in this testimony. My name is Mackenzie C. Germain. I'm with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes New Hampshire. We support this bill, HB 1557, and New Hampshire joining ERIC. I've spent much time in front of this committee or listening to testimony in this committee, spent a lot of time listening to the testimony that was brought to the 2022 Committee on Voter Confidence. One very common thread amongst all of those things was a lot of talk about cleaning checklists, keeping our checklists up to date in state, making sure that if folks have moved out of a place, no longer are eligible to vote, that we are keeping our checklists clean. Clearly that should be a priority, and I know is a priority of this committee, but there are often things that are brought up, ideas that are brought up that are actually harmful because they are removing voters who should not be removed from the lists and making it more difficult for them to cast their ballots. This is a system that we know that is trusted, that actually works to address those concerns, and it is the only system out there that does this between states. So we support this bill and hope that you all will come around to supporting it as well.
All right, will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Weary?
At a recent Senate hearing for the interval for voter checklist verification, they said that only 5% were removed who didn't then re-register, or who then did re-register. So it was 95% effective, 5% were false positives or something like that, where they had to, those particular voters had to re-register again. So your statement was about, that a lot of people are being harmed by this. Do you think 5% is really that harmful?
So
if
I
they
think
could re-register?
Thank you for the question. I think our current system, is the 10 years. I know there's a lot of proposals to make that shorter intervals. I think in the current system, it is, we wait a really long time and then remove a lot of people who haven't voted recently. There are ideas I know coming forward in terms of doing that way more frequently in terms of 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, or, kind of individuals looking through the lists and claiming people have moved. I think a system that we can all agree on, obviously, that improves how we're cleaning our checklists, extra technology like the online voter portal, which we're hoping will be up and running in the coming years, systems like ERIC, those types of things altogether can lead to cleaner lists without additional harm. But I think our current system, is not removing a number of people unnecessarily, but it is also 10 years, and I know there's a lot of support in trying to increase the cleanliness of lists beyond what we currently do.
Are there further questions from the committee? I think, believe it or not, you actually asked the question I would ask, which is how do you oppose and I guess I'll ask it again. If you just answered, that's fine, but I'll ask more direct. How do you guys juxtapose your position of opposing more frequent voter roll purges? I don't really like that term, but cleaning based on inactivity with this, which its stated purpose is to remove voters. Like, how do you guys, I guess I'm trying to figure out how do you guys get to one but not the other?
So thank you for that. I think there's a difference between removing people just because of inactivity, so they might have missed a presidential election, versus removing folks because we have evidence that they have moved to another state, they have moved to another town, and using that kind of, they are no longer eligible to vote there versus inactivity. And that's the kind of difference.
A very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was curious. I was genuinely curious how we got there. Representative Lane?
Under the system of ERIC, will we avoid the situation of people who've been purged, showing up thinking they're registered, and now we no longer, if the next bill passes, we no longer will have affidavits and they will not be able to perhaps register to vote?
I will say that I am not, in terms of in the weeds, exactly how that process works, an expert. I would hope that it would be, the people who are moving or people who have gotten the choice to send the 30-day letters to folks when they're removed from the list, town by town, more frequently, so they can see, oh, nope, there was a mistake, fill out that, send it back, and remove the number of people who are coming to the polls unknowing, not knowing that they weren't unregistered. But I think it's probably a process of ERIC question specifically.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next up is Nancy. I can't read the last name of my apologies.
I withdraw my request.
Those are my favorites. Okay. Next up are the last up to speak, if there's no one else signed up, I don't believe, is Brandon Flaherty, excuse me. And then we're on to the next one, the last one, the best one. Who knows?
All right. Well, I don't want to keep you from that next bill. So a lot of the stuff that other folks have said, I'm going to say. So for the record, my name is Brendan Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of Secure Democracy USA. Thank you for hearing our testimony. Two things. Eric will help us keep the voter list clean and up to date. We've discussed those issues already a lot here. And Eric is the only proven system for efficient and secure transfer of sensitive voter information. Eric member states are required to meet the same stringent standards for cybersecurity. And without joining Eric, a state would need to pursue its own contracts for information. This is in some of the letter that I had shared around with the committee. Pursue its own contracts for information sharing with other states, which is costly and challenging. So that's all I have. Thank you.
And thank you for taking my question. Could you speak, and I don't know if you have the expertise to speak to this, some of the concerns around confidentiality and the sharing of that information? Could you speak to that? Because I think it is somewhat troubling.
Sure. I don't have the expertise to speak to that in detail, but happy to follow up with you on that. So.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, we made it through that one. It was 15:57. I have no one else signed up to speak or no other pink cards in my possession. No one else wished to speak. Gotta do some quick math here, so excuse me. 1, 2, 3. He spoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there were 8 people signed up to speak who didn't. 6 were in support, 2 were in opposition. Online, we had 1977. Been sitting here for a minute. That's the wrong bill. Online, I'm gonna have to read in a second because the state's internet just
363 in support, 11 opposed.
perfect. 363 in support and 11 in opposition. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1577 and reopen the public hearing on House Bill 1569 relative to eliminating voter identification exemptions. The bill has been introduced. This is the last public hearing of the day. So next up to speak is Sue Nastasi. Sue Nastasi.
Chairman Barry, good to see you back on with as a chair. And the rest of the committee also. I'm a resident of Rollinsford. And it's on the main state line. Many times I get a complete Rollinsford, but it's right there. And registered undeclared. And also I'm one of the supervisors of the checklist for Rollinsford. And with the Legal In voters. And so very happy to be with them. And this bill has one sponsor, Bob Lynn, that I realized he had to leave. So now I look at this as be sensible and a lot of listening. Sensible to listen to voters, sensible to believe our Governor Sununu, actually, that has said that integrity for the voting and our elections is good. Minimal, meaning minimal amount of fraud. And also sensible to support constituents, all voters, all eligible voters. And the voting rules using the affidavits work. They work. They do. And on election day, to register to work, to vote, it's very popular to register on election day. And besides save a trip, it's just think of the town halls such as Rollinsford with limited hours. They really do. It's like closed Wednesdays, Mondays, except this week, opened us 8 to 1. And then I think on Tuesday, Thursday, 1 to 6. So, trying to juggle this time and then get there, it can be difficult. But the rules are followed using affidavits. They are. And we really take pride in following the rules from Secretary Scanlon's department. And Tricia, that heads New Hampshire Votes, the ElectionNet, we follow that, really. We take pride in following that. And so I'll say what is sensible is to kill this bill. Any questions?
From the committee? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Next up is Nancy Maraccio. Thank you. I was trying.
My name is Nancy Maraccio. I live in New London, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters. In fact, I am reading the testimony of our president, Liz Tentarelli, who could not be here, and we'll pass out copies afterwards, because I'm a teacher and I know you'd read if I pass them out now. The mission of the League of Women Voters is empowering voters. We try to explain in the simplest way, while still being accurate, how to register and how to obtain a ballot. Removing the affidavit option for people who do not have all the documentation asked for means our instructions now will have to be get every single document you can find before you go to register, and even then they might not be enough. Voting in New Hampshire is for very organized only. The proof of domicile section of this bill sounds very like SB 3 from 2017, which League and others challenged in court. Ultimately, we won. We pointed out there some oddities, including this from today's bill. An applicant whose domicile is at an abode of another and whose name is not listed on the document offered as proof of domicile may provide a written statement from a person who is listed as owner, property manager, or tenant on the document that the applicant resides at that address, signed by that person under penalty of voting fraud if false information is provided. In other words, the potential voter cannot sign an affidavit that he is temporarily living with a friend or relative, but the owner or tenant of the property can sign an affidavit to that effect and be believed, but not the prospective voter himself. How in the world does that say to new voters, welcome to the representative democracy world? It is documentary proof of citizenship that disturbs me most. Today's bill says that election officials shall accept from the applicant any one of the following as proof of citizenship: the applicant's birth certificate, passport, naturalization papers, if the applicant is a naturalized citizen, or any other reasonable documentation which indicates the applicant is a United States citizen. Currently, one can list one's place of birth and sign the affidavit that it is accurate. And if one was born in the U.S., all is good. But without the affidavit option, if a person does not have a passport, and let's be real, many people can't afford to travel internationally and never get a passport, how does a married woman, for example, prove citizenship? Her birth certificate likely has a different last name. Does she have to present that with her marriage license to prove she's one and the same? And when is that birth certificate and marriage license after all these years, when she's moving to a retirement home in a new state? Just for the record, a driver's license does not prove citizenship. Other potential voters could also be affected. People who became naturalized citizens as minors did so under their family's aegis. They may not have those papers. Young first-time registrants may, like my grandson several years ago, text their moms from the polls and ask, "Do I have a birth certificate?" Well, of course they do, but they don't carry it around, and mom and the certificate may be many miles away. The fact is that most people now register on the day of election at the polling place. If they arrive without paper proof of each of the 4 qualifications, ID, age, citizenship, and where they live, they will be denied the right to register if this bill passes. Voter registration should not be a gauntlet. This bill is still hunting for a problem to solve. An article in the New Hampshire Business Review from last November listed the 15 cases of fraudulent voting prosecuted in New Hampshire from 2016 to 2021. I used to be able to find the list of those cases on the Secretary of State's or Attorney General's website, but can't seem to find it anymore. For most of those cases, the person who voted more than once in the same election very likely was able to present the documents discussed in today's bill. Those cases involve people with 2 abodes in different places. Of course, that's wrong. Being rich enough to have 2 places to live doesn't give you double the vote power. But the point is, the people were caught and punished. Those bad actors should not be allowed to influence the good people in our legislature to make voting registration a Herculean task for the young, the disadvantaged, whose documents may be unavailable, and others in transitional stages of life. Affidavits are legally binding documents and have worked for New Hampshire registrants for years. I urge you to oppose HB 1569 as a bill in search of a problem, a bill that would inadvertently disenfranchise eligible potential New Hampshire voters.
Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
If I heard you correctly, you mentioned that some of the citizenship document is something, having to prove that is something that you would object to. So in the previous bill, we heard testimony about Eric, and one of the data items that they require is a proof of citizenship and then explanation of what type of documentation was provided for that citizenship in Appendix B of the bylaws. Would you be opposed to Eric then? If it's requiring, that sort of proof of citizenship?
I'm sorry, I'm going to do something I've never done. I'm going to rule the question out of order. It's
Okay.
It's not germane to the bill.
All right.
And
Excellent.
so don't hate me forever, but I'm not opening up Pandora's box on this. Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Fine. Are you aware that it can take up to 6 months and cost over $500 to get copies of your nationalization papers?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
If I can add just one personal comment. I was a Newbury's town moderator for 25 years, and the biggest issue people had was citizenship documentation.
Fair enough. Okay. Next up is Kathy Anderson from Hancock.
Hello again. I'm Kathy Anderson. I live in Hancock. I'm speaking as supervisor of the checklist for Hancock to speak about how important it is to have these affidavits. People come in, and many times more people come to register to vote at the election than do in advance of an election, and they come in and they don't, a small minority do not have all the paperwork, and they just don't have it. I can think of individuals who just don't come in with it, with one item, and having the affidavits makes it work, makes people believe in voting, makes people feel a better part of the country, and I strongly encourage you to continue having the affidavits and not support this issue. Thank you.
Taking questions?
Sure.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Bruce Barracks. Close? All right. What is it? Guess we'll find out in a second.
No, I may not tell you. I'm
Uh-oh.
not sure. No, it's Bruce Burke, and
Oh.
I am from the town of Pittsfield. I just thought I'd share a couple figures with you in terms of perhaps the inception of this bill. So you heard earlier in the 2020 election, 790,000 New Hampshire voters voted. I'm going to call it 800,000 for ease. Let's imagine for a moment that there were 8,000 affidavits signed on the day of the election. That is 1% of the voters. In fact, it was shared this morning that there were 1,400 affidavits statewide. That comes out to less than 0.2%, which means that 99.83% of our votes are untainted. Now let's assume for a moment, or let me ask you for a moment, do you think all 1,400 affidavits were fraudulent? How about half of them being fraudulent? We're now down to 99.9% of the vote being non-controversial. So let's pick another figure. 1,400 affidavits, maybe 10% of them were fraudulent. Now where are we? I don't go past tenths of a percent, but we're somewhere in hundreds of percent of potential fraudulent votes. My point is, I think you can hear that perhaps this bill, right, is unnecessary, right? It is, we hear this phrase all the time, a problem, right, in search of a bill. I'd be happy to take your questions. I will not do the hundredths of a percent of perhaps fraudulent votes.
Fair enough. Are there questions from the committee? I have one, and since I like numbers, you like numbers. Are you aware that the House majority was decided by less than 100 votes statewide in 2022?
I am.
Thank you.
I am.
Senator Hueri?
The assumption then is that the 14, just to work off of your assumptions and your hypotheticals for a moment.
Sure.
If there are 1,400 statewide affidavits and there's some small percentage that are doing, is it likely that someone would distribute them across the state evenly, or would they focus them on particular target districts if they wanted to commit fraud?
Sure. Who knows? I mean,
Who
I
knows?
I
That's right.
understand your question. I'm just going to reiterate that 1,400 affidavits in a voting population of 790,000 people is not a significant number. And that's assuming for a moment that they're all fraudulent. That's all the point I'm trying to make in terms of this bill.
Well received. Are there any other questions from the committee? Oops. None. Seeing none, thank you so much. Next up, we're going to have the Best Handwriting of the Day Award, Ophelia Burnett. If people could just come and look at this card, it is amazing. They should all be written like this.
Post it.
Thank you, Chairman, for that comment. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ophelia Burnett, and I am the democracy organizer with Open Democracy, and I also advocate for formerly and currently incarcerated individuals. I am here today to testify on HB 1569 and urge you to oppose this bill. HB 1569 is a bill that removes the ability for those registering to vote to sign a sworn affidavit if they don't have physical proof of identity, age, citizenship, or domicile. Right now, law is voters are asked for proof of domicile, age, identity, and citizenship when registering to vote. If they are not able to provide these documents or lack thereof, they are able to sign an affidavit, then they can register and cast their ballot. If this bill passes, impacted most by this bill are those who may not have all their documents required to register and who are more likely to move and therefore register to vote more frequently, like someone who has been previously incarcerated. This bill mandating voters to have documents to prove domicile, identity, and age will disproportionately impact formerly incarcerated individuals. This requirement poses a significant barrier to voting for those vulnerable population, many of whom face challenges in obtaining these documents due to their past convictions. Such a bill undermines the principles of a fair and inclusive democratic process by further disenfranchising those who are already marginalized. It is crucial to consider the impact on all members of society, including those who have served their time and are seeking to actively participate in civic engagement. Formerly incarcerated individuals face several challenges in obtaining these documents required for voting, including lack of identification. Many individuals leaving incarceration may not have a valid form of identification, such as a driver's license or state ID, which is often required to register to vote. Obtaining documents like birth certificates, social security cards, or proof of residency can be challenging for those with limited resources or support networks. Many formerly incarcerated individuals may lack awareness of the specific documentation requirements for voter registration, leading to confusion and potential disenfranchisement. Addressing these challenges is crucial to ensuring that not only just formerly incarcerated individuals, but also young voters and people experiencing housing insecurity have equal access to their fundamental right to vote and participate in the democratic process. A poll done by UNH in 2022 showed that 92% of New Hampshire voters had confidence in the 2022 elections. Governor Sununu himself says our system works and has integrity. And Secretary of the State Dan Scanlon has said, "There's no evidence that I've seen of any organized widespread voter fraud taking place in New Hampshire." With that being said, I ask you, Chairman and members of the committee, to oppose this bill that will disrupt the election process, and let's continue to allow Granite Staters to have faith in the system. Thank you.
You taking questions from the committee?
Yes, I
Are there
will.
questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
What is the, so under RSA 654-5, there's a disqualification for felony. So a person sentenced for a felony shall forfeit his rights for voting and stuff. So if you're, is there a mechanism that you're I'm trying to understand who you're advocating for in terms of, are you talking about people who are currently disqualified by their felony convictions? Or are you talking about someone else? I just want to understand that better. I believe if someone has paid their time and has proven themselves to be responsible citizens, then I think there ought to be a process to allow them to vote. But I just want to understand your thoughts on the matter, please.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. So what I'm saying is that if you are a felon, you are able to vote. You do have the right to vote. But what I'm saying, being able to come up with these documents is really hard if you first come home from prison, or even if it's been a couple months. To access some of these documents are really hard because you no longer live at the apartment or place that you were living at before, or you've had to move because you've been incarcerated, so you're not there at the place that you were last living at before, considering that you've been locked up for a couple years. So getting some of these documents might be hard to obtain to be able to register to vote.
All right, thank you for the answer.
You're welcome.
So the member knows, in New Hampshire, misdemeanors up to a year, so that's not a felony, and then you can be held on preventative detention, and felons get the right to vote after they have been released. Their rights are restored. So I hope that answers the question. So to help the witness out, I would assume she would be advocating for, in this particular case, those held under a year under misdemeanor charge, those held under preventative detentions who have not yet lost their right to vote.
Thank you.
I'm here for everybody. Further questions from the committee? All right, hearing none, thank you. And last up is Henry Klimowitz with my favorite, the ACLU.
Thank you. My name is Henry Clementowicz. I'm a senior staff attorney at the ACLU of New Hampshire, asking the committee to oppose HB 1569. There's a couple things that it does. There's been some discussion of how this bill removes all the affidavits used in the registration process, which would impact, hundreds, if not thousands, of people in a cycle who don't have proof of citizenship like a passport or a birth certificate. I wanted to address a question that you had asked Representative Lane about court cases striking down documentary proof of citizenship. Representative Lynn is right that most of the cases that address that come under the NVRA, but one doesn't, and that's Fish versus Schwab from the 10th Circuit from 2020, which actually, and the citation is 957 F3rd 1105, and that struck down a documentary proof of citizenship requirement under the 14th Amendment, so that would be applicable here. Putting aside the irony of allowing people to challenge voters with an affidavit but not to register to vote with an affidavit, one, I think, underappreciated part of this bill is the reinvigoration, I'll say, of voter challenges. So under this bill, if a person challenges an individual's right to vote and the moderator deems that challenge well grounded on a sort of preponderance of the evidence standard, the person can't vote. And so that's basically what that means, is that one person, a lay person who doesn't have any training in finding this, who isn't a judge, is basically has the right to take your right to vote away from you. And if done wrongly, that's an obvious constitutional violation. And though there will be mistakes made in that process because there are a number of missing important procedural protections. There's no rights for witnesses, rights to introduce evidence on your behalf. There's no judicial right of review. There's no right to an attorney. There's no procedural rules. There's no right to appeal. The standard of review is preponderance of the evidence, which is one of the lowest standards of review that we have. And so there's just this tremendous risk that a person can come in, submit a written affidavit saying, I know Henry, he's not a citizen. The moderator, I'm not prepared for this because I don't know what's going to happen. I didn't bring my passport because I didn't know I was going to be challenged. The moderator agrees with the other person. Now I can't vote and there's nothing I can do about it, even though in fact I am a citizen. So I think that's a really good reason to vote against this bill. I think it's going to create a lot of liability for people, in addition to what others have said about the affidavits. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Brennan?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for bringing up the voter challenge section of this bill. As I read it, it says that no challenge may be asserted except in the form of a signed affidavit. But what this bill, and please correct me if your understanding is different from mine, I understand this bill to be looking to eliminate affidavits at the polling location for voters. But if someone present at the polling location wishes to challenge a voter, the only way they can do so is by signing an affidavit. Does that interpretation of this bill make sense with your interpretation?
I think it's the right interpretation of the bill. I'm not sure it makes sense from a policy perspective. I mean, basically what it's saying is we trust people who are challenging voters more than we trust voters, I think.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Lane?
And thank you for giving me an answer about the other question. I'm kind of harping on the citizenship piece. So is it true that if you lie and say you are a citizen, and if it's found out, you can never be a citizen?
That you can never be a citizen?
Right. So in other words, if you lie about that, in your background check, they'll find that out because you'll be on the voter rolls, and they will use that to deny you citizenship.
So I don't know the answer to that because I
Okay.
don't do a lot of
Okay.
naturalization work. But what I can tell you is if you lie on the form and say that you're a citizen and you're not, and you're discovered and prosecuted and convicted, number one, you're convicted of a felony for wrongful voting. But number two, you're going to lose your right to vote in New Hampshire forever under the New Hampshire Constitution. So even if you then later could naturalize, which you're probably right, you can't, you still would not be able to vote in New Hampshire. And you could go to prison for 3.5 to 7 years.
Sorry, it's not pointing my way. I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Do you know if it's typical that voters who use an affidavit will have proof of some of these categories, but may file an affidavit for citizenship, for example?
So the answer to that, I do know the answer to that is yes. So in 2020, November 3rd, 2020, we got right to know data from the Secretary of State explaining how many people use the affidavits to prove either identity or citizenship. And it was in the 600s used the qualified voter affidavit to prove identity. In the 800s used it to prove citizenship, and 14 people used it to prove identity and citizenship. So what that means is that everybody but 14 people were able to prove one of the qualifications, at least.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Mackenzie St. Germain. Oh, we didn't do that one.
There we go. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, my name is Mackenzie St. Germain with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes. I think my pink card was lost along the way, so I apologize if there are two floating around up there. The New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights opposes this legislation. I wanted to emphasize that this could absolutely affect any person and cost them their right to vote. We know, there's some groups that may be more affected, and there's people who anticipate having all of their documents, and then on the day of, they don't. And for that reason, any person could be affected by this bill and absolutely lose their right to cast a vote in an election. I do have testimony here from Andrew Harmon, who's a voter in New Hampton, that I will hand out afterwards. He was unable to be here today, but he is a legally blind voter. During the pandemic, he moved from Keene to help his family in New Hampton. That was his new domicile, and he wanted to vote there in the town election, I believe in 2021. At that time, he had a non-driver's ID, but it did not have his new address on it. It had his Keene address on it. He didn't know that he needed to bring any documents to vote that day other than his ID. He brought his ID. They asked for proof of citizenship and domicile. Obviously, he did not have those with him. He didn't have a document with his new address on it, but he was able to sign an affidavit and cast his vote that same day. Under this bill, he would not be able to cast that vote, and he would have been turned away. I also spoke to another voter recently named Michelle McCord of Holderness. She could not be here today, but allowed me to share her story. She had moved into a new apartment with her partner just a few weeks before Election Day. Again, she hadn't signed a lease. She was just moving in with him. She had an ID, but it had her old address on it. She didn't want to vote at her old address. She did not feel like that was her home anymore, and that was not right to do. She wanted to vote at her new home. She didn't have a document with her address on it. Again, she was able to sign an affidavit and vote that way. But in both of these cases, we would have folks who, under this law, would be turned away. And I think we could probably spend all day here thinking of different options, different ways that could happen. I'm someone who normally walks to the polls, or I drive with my fiance. If I show up at the polling place and my name is no longer on the list, it was removed somehow, as we know, some names are wrongfully removed. It does happen. We have same-day registration as a fallback. But in that scenario, up until this year, when I renewed my license, it did not have my current address on it. Without my car registration, I would not have something with my address. I do not carry around my birth certificate or passport. I don't know any folks who do. But there are a lot of cases where these documents, someone has them, they might not have them because of an emergency, but we know that they can sign an affidavit. That is a legally binding document, and folks take those very seriously. And it allows all voters, all eligible voters, to be able to vote and cast their ballot when they get to the polls under our current system. And we need to maintain that system. We know that it works. And we'll cite one poll. Today's UNH poll showed that 94% of folks who were polled said they were confident that the results in the primary were accurately counted. That is a really high percentage of voter confidence, and we should do everything to maintain that, not to make it more difficult to vote in the state. So I am happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Good, thank you.
Thank you.
I now call Bob Perry. Not a lobbyist.
Thank you. My apologies for sending the card up late. I didn't realize I didn't send it up before. And knowing that there would be a number of speakers speaking technically on this bill, my approach is the philosophical. I hope you'll bear with me for less than 2 minutes. My thoughts do come around. I speak in opposition. This bill repeals decades of progress towards rectifying 234 years of denying certain classes of Americans a voice in our experiment in self-governance. From the beginning, there were restrictions on who could vote and the value of the vote. For example, gerrymandering has existed early on. In that regard, I often think about the flight of the kitty hawk and how it only took 5 minutes for some bright individual to act on the idea of installing a machine gun on it to gain serious advantage over others. Since the beginning, it has been students of good government in and out of government who have delivered expanded rights and opportunities. Artificial intelligence has already been used to recreate music from deceased persons, to give adult voice to toddlers, to mock, and has been deployed in the Granite State to suppress the vote. It will be used by independent political organizations competing for the most effective AI ads for their candidates. It will be used to subvert democracy. It will be used indefinitely for all purposes. Another serious issue is us. We are using the tools of democracy to subvert democracy. To start, we must unite in this body to maintain confidence in our elections. We must continue to expand access to the ballot box, to make it convenient to vote, to hold voting in high esteem against those who would take it from us. This bill represents a taking of hard-fought voting rights already acquired. In a world of rising autocracy, we must rise united in support of expanded rights. I urge ITL. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Mushian, 603 Forward. Much of what I had prepared today has been said, so I'll keep it brief. I'm here to testify in opposition of House Bill 1569. As it's been stated, it's really just a bill in search of a problem. We have seen numerous studies, reports, and investigations that have all confirmed that New Hampshire elections are safe and secure and that our existing affidavit system works. 603 Forward opposes this legislation because it will disproportionately negatively impact the right to vote for young voters, as well as, I'm trying to summarize here, as well as new Americans, people experiencing housing insecurity, and the elderly. If we wanted to prioritize making our elections more secure, there are other options like House Bill 1557. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Good, thank you very much. Next on the list is Louise Spencer.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the committee for taking my testimony today. It's actually a bit in two parts. I am with the Kent Street Coalition. We're an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy organization, and we strongly oppose this bill and urge ITL. So I want to go on the record with that. I am, surprised myself by some of the numbers in terms of how many people each year are displaced from their homes by natural disasters and fires and other events. Overall, across the US, it's 3.3 million people. That's 1.3% of the adult population. Unless we think it doesn't happen here in New Hampshire, in 2022, according to the Census Bureau, 16,261 people were displaced from their homes. That's not a small number. It's not an uncommon event. Unfortunately, it's hard for us to imagine, unless it's happened to us, that it could in fact happen to us. We know recently in Sunapee, 20 to 25 people lost their home like that when their building went up in flames. Fortunately, nobody was killed in that particular circumstance. I know that even something just much simpler, I was in a car accident where my car was totaled. I was lucky to be unharmed, but my car was towed away with all my things in it, including my purse and my ID. And so I temporarily lost access to that. So I think also when we think about, we do have some close elections in New Hampshire, there's no question, but we have to weigh the people that might, and it seems to be an exceedingly low number of people that might abuse the system and whose votes might get counted, against those who might have an incident or some situation in their life where they can't produce documents. And just think what that would look like if the 16,261 people displaced from their homes were not able to cast their votes. How would that affect our elections here? So I said my testimony was in two parts, and I wanted to kind of deal with statistics and the general kind of first, because the other thing I wanted to do is to read some testimony from someone who's a close friend. She's not a member of Kent Street, but a very close friend of one of our members, and her name is Susan Youngs. Her situation, are you raising your hand? Okay. Okay. Her situation is one that unfortunately has a very tragic dimension to it. So I'll just state that ahead of reading her testimony. So again, Susan Youngs, and I'm going to use her voice because this is her testimony. I am writing to express my strong opposition to House Bill 1569, an act relative to eliminating voter identification exceptions. This bill would unfairly disenfranchise legitimate voters. The legislature should be encouraging voting, not trying to limit it. My opposition is based on personal experience. On the 22nd of January, 2017, my 1770s colonial house in Webster, New Hampshire was destroyed by fire, taking the life of my husband, Dr. Stephen Youngs, and destroying virtually all of my possessions. I lost my car, my husband's truck, my passport, my driver's license, my birth certificate, all my clothes, and everything else. It took me a while to get a new birth certificate from my birthplace in Decorah, Iowa, a new driver's license, and even longer for a new passport. If this event had happened right before an election, I would probably still would have been able to vote in Webster, filling out an affidavit and relying on the town clerk or moderator to verify that I am who I state I am. Webster's a small enough town that both the clerk and the moderator would have known who I was. However, if I had lived in a larger town, it would be very unlikely that those people would know me personally. If this new law had been in effect, I would not have been allowed to fill out an affidavit, and I would not have been allowed to vote, taking away my constitutional right. There are many legitimate reasons why someone would be without proper ID at a specific time. I think this change is a solution in search of a problem. Elections in New Hampshire are safe, secure, and virtually fraud-free. I strongly oppose House Bill 1569. And again, that's from Susan Youngs. So that completes my testimony.
Okay, will you
Thank
be taking questions from the committee?
Sure.
Yes. All right, seeing none. Last up is David Tramble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for 3 reasons. First, voting, it's a fundamental right. It's how we choose our legislators. It's the bedrock of our democracy. Any attempt to restrict voting rights should be looked at very carefully because you must weigh the impact of someone losing that right to vote. Second, I will give you some numbers on those affidavits and how many were returned. This is from the New Hampshire Business Review, November 7th of 21. It is talking about the 2020 election, and it's quotes from Bill Gardner, our former Secretary of State. He said that about 4,000 voters had to sign such an affidavit in the state's primary and general elections in 2020. Of those, the state had not been able to authenticate 600. So 3,400 people filled out an affidavit, went through the process, came back, filled out the necessary papers, and their votes counted. That's 3,400 people in one single election year. So your question comes up, well, how much fraud is there? Representative Brennan asked Representative Lynn specifically, how much fraud is there when people are trying to use a fake voter ID? And he could not answer that question. But I can give you some data on that. The Brennan Center for Justice, in their report Debunking the Voter Fraud Myth, has about a dozen studies and court cases on it. I'll just read you one. A comprehensive study found 31 credible instances of impersonation fraud from 2000 to 2014 out of more than 1 billion ballots cast. Even this tiny number is likely inflated, as the study's author counted not just prosecutions or convictions, but any and all credible claims. And that answers Representative Lynn's other response, which it's a hard crime to prosecute. And similar numbers come about in the Fifth Circuit Court in Texas, where they found that the photo ID law was racially discriminatory. So what does that mean for New Hampshire? 31 out of a billion votes is 1 out of 30 million. It will take us 80 years before we get 30 million votes. So this bill would stop one case of voter fraud in the next 80 years, but it's going to disenfranchise 3,400 New Hampshire people every single election. You multiply that out over those years, that's 150,000 people in this state lose their vote because maybe they forgot their wallet on the day they came to vote. They work at a job, they can only vote at the last 15 minutes when they go to show up to vote. This bill would keep them out if they want to register and vote on the same day. These are honest, law-abiding, hardworking people who have a legitimate reason to not be carrying around all their documents. We would lose 150,000 votes to stop one case of voter fraud in the next 80 years. I don't think that really serves the people of New Hampshire very well. And lastly, Representative Lynn said, well, if 600 people didn't come forward, that's suspicious. Maybe the election results came out and the election was clearly decided one way or the other, and they said, I'm just not going to bother going to do all that extra work because it wouldn't have made a difference anyway if the decision in my town was decided by 700 votes. It's not suspicious at all. These are people who deserve the right to vote, and we should not be doing anything to restrict it. Thank you very much.
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes, sir.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I actually don't have any more people signed up, at least that I know of. So online, there was 13 in support, 439 opposition, 1 neutral. On the blue sheet, do we have the blue sheet? Somebody have the blue sheet. Hi, Representative Wheeler. How are you? It's good to see you.
Maybe.
All right. Well, we don't have a blue sheet, so we'll figure it out. Let's close the public hearing on House Bill. Geez, I'm 1569, right? It's 15. That's what we're on. Yep, 1569. Woo!
Here's the blue sheet.
There's the blue sheet. All right, everybody was against, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people. No, 7 people signed up who didn't speak. With that, going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1569. Let's stand in recess for 10 minutes and get our people back together. How's that work for you?
Yeah, got kind of thin.
A little thinned out. Yeah. So we'll let me kind of tell the committee like where my head's at. We're obviously running really behind schedule, so there's going to be no work session this afternoon because no. Yeah, I don't hear any objections to that. So the other thing is the staff, we're getting towards the end of the staff hours. So when we get to exec, we're not gonna have the ability to send anything to OLS for amendments. So if we find something during exec, we're just not going to burden our good people at OLS. We'll take care of them next week. So if we find something that needs an amendment during exec, we'll recess, come back next week. You're not saying next week? What's wrong with next week? Okay, yeah, we'll figure it out. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll take care of it. But anyways, the point remains the same. We're not gonna ask for amendments at this time. So let's take 15 minutes, get everybody together, and we'll come back in. And so let's say for 3:50, return 3:50. Okay. All right. And I would highly recommend the respective groups caucus to make sure they're all on the same page. All right, are we all here? Let's do a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's probably using the bathroom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. So we are crunched for time today. So I apologize. My apologies to the committee. Obviously, we had 2 bills that went very long. So what we're going to do today is we're going to try to get through as much work as we can, as quickly as we can. I'm going to recess some bills and try to punt because I'm going to try to get everybody out of here as quickly as possible. I'm going to try to get everybody out of here in the next 30 minutes. So just as an FYI. So if things look like they're going to go long, if there's actual genuine debate, you'll probably just see me recess and move on. And we'll take that up in a week or two when because what we have left is, I should say, I'm reopening our executive session. What we have left, we have 1 bill hearing left. Yay! And then so when we meet next, it'll be that 1 bill, a big old exec, the exec of all execs, and then work session. All right, so let's start her out. Let's open up the House election law hearing on CACR 26 relating to election reform and ballot reconciliation, providing that requirements for elections shall include provisions of penalties in regard to ballot reconciliation, access, retention, polling location limits, poll workers, allowance of registered voters for post-election ballot viewing, ballot lot and voting document viewing, and scanning and recording photographically during citizen audits. Woo, that was a fun one. We are now on discussion of the bill. We have a motion from Representative Lane. Representative Lane, what is your motion?
I motion to ITL
Second.
CACR 26.
Second. Okay. There's a motion from Representative Lane for inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ward seconds. Is there any discussion on CACR 26? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, please call the roll.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham, yes. Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett, yes. Representative Palmer, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard, Representative Rafter, Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. Are we missing a member today?
No.
No. Sorry, I apologize.
Russ is, so.
Yes. All right. So with that, CACR 26 we reported out as inexpedient to legislate on a vote of 20-0. Representative Lane, who will be responsible for the committee report?
Hold on, I gotta get a green sheet.
Okay.
Can I get back to you on that?
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Next up.
Can we put that on consent, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just kind of assumed it was 20-0. It goes on the consent. Is there any objection to being on consent? Hearing none, it's going on the consent calendar. All right. I don't like things going. Trust me, consent is my default. I have begged people, please don't write a report. Please don't take it off consent. Anyways, let's go to the next one. We're bouncing around here, so we're gonna open up the closing the executive session on House Bill CACR 26 on the consent calendar. We're gonna open up the the executive session on House Bill 1136 relative to requiring a reconciliation of votes cast and undervotes with the total of ballots cast. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
I move that we ITL HB 1136.
There's been a motion of NXP to legislate. Representative Bohm seconds. Is there any discussion on the bill? Hearing none, when Madam Clerk is ready, she shall call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1136.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Palmer,
Yes.
Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan, Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Rafter,
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
The chair votes yes, and with that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate carries on House Bill 1136 by a motion of 22-0. Is there any objection to the bill being placed on the consent calendar? Hearing none, the House Bill 1136 will be placed on the consent calendar as inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lane, you'll be responsible for getting me the majority report when whichever one of your members wishes to do so. Going to close the executive session on House Bill 1136. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill, next one up, 1092, creating a period for the placing of and removal of political advertising on public property. For this one, Representative Katab is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move ITL.
Motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Aikenberg seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? All right, there's no discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1092. So when the Madam Clerk is ready, she shall call the roll.
Did you catch who seconded?
Representative Aikenberg seconded. Arkenberg. Arkenberg. It makes you feel better. I change it up every time I say it. So like 50% of the time, I'm right every time.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg, Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward, Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamblett,
Yes.
Representative Palmer, Representative Bay,
Yes.
Representative Brennan, Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Rafter. That is 19-1.
Any objection to consent calendar? Hearing none, House Bill 1092 will be reported out of committee as inexpedient to legislate on a vote of 19-1 and placed on the consent calendar. Representative Katab, are you comfortable writing the report? Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 1092. And I'm thinking that is the end of the period of cooperation. So, I just have that feeling. So let's start off with, actually, no, wait, we might got one more on this. Let's open up the House Bill, open up the executive session on House Bill 1126, relative to candidates' requests for absentee ballot information. I will do the dubious opportunity to recognize myself for a motion of ought to pass. Is there a second? I heard a second. Representative Aikenberg is going to second us. And with that, I'd like to make a secondary motion. I do have an amendment that I distributed. If anybody needs more copies of it, you should already have it. But I'd like to make a second motion, so I'm going to move ought to pass. I'm going to move Amendment 2024-0772H on House Bill 1126, and I would appreciate a second from someone. Representative Weary seconds. Does everyone have a copy of the bill? I did distribute them, but I have extra. Can we pin 2 copies down? Can we send 2 copies down to Representatives Brennan and Rafter? Does everybody else have copies? I have plenty of copies. I even had to make 5 extra. So really got big on the spending there with 5 extra sheets of paper. Okay, as everybody has it now. I don't want to belabor this. I am trying to move quickly, but if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I basically took what I heard during the hearings as concerns and addressed them. So the first concern was the Secretary of State's wanted to make sure that it was ballots, ballots cast, not ballots. not ballots. I can't remember what I said before, but it was inaccurate. It was like requested. The type of the election, the absentee ballot was oh, there's a typo in here. All right, well, never mind. We're going to recess the hearing because there's a typo. Was cast. They missed a in which. All right, so anyways, all right, well, never mind. There's a typo in the amendment. So with that, I'm going to recess 1192. Let me go back to this. 1126, excuse me. So we're going to I'm going to recess that and we'll try again. But anyways, if you look at the amendment, you can take a look at what I'm trying to do and then I'll fix the typos and come back next time.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to recess 1126 and go back to my sheet here. Okay. Scratch that off. All right, let's go to a fun one. Let's open up the executive session on House Bill 1099 relative to partisan school district elections. Representative Bohm is recognized for a motion.
I move OTT.
Is there a second? Representative Burnham seconds. Is there discussion on the bill?
Yes, just a quickie. I'm in the past, I've done similar bills. I think school district laws should be the same as town laws. And whether or not anybody does this or not, it's to make it consistent. So if some town wants to do it, let the school district also follow, for making it bipartisan. And, city elections are already partisan. I mean, even though they're not designated as such. But just to make the law consistent with town. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? I believe Representative Brennan had her hand up, so I try to alternate. So.
Thank you. I wonder if those in favor of this bill have any concerns about the method by which you would go about in engaging in a partisan school board election. If I remember correctly, and I don't have the bill in front of me, I have not flipped to that page yet because I'm a little bit surprised by the ought to pass motion. If I remember correctly, this is a caucus process that would have to happen prior to the election. It would involve multiple stages and really complicate the process for voters in a town. Additionally, municipal elections are generally nonpartisan in most. They are nonpartisan. They do not show what party registration a candidate is. And that is by design to make sure that you have community representation for everyone. In doing so for a school board, making that partisan, you're contributing potentially to increased division in a community. Also, during testimony, I asked the question if we would then if the next step would be requiring student registrations to show party affiliation to make sure that there was balanced representation on the school board for the students, because the school board is there for the students, to serve the students. And so I'm very concerned about this, and I wonder if you share any of my concerns.
Further questions on the bill? Representative Bowman?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, it's only if the candidate wants to. The candidate, even if they don't make it through the caucus, they can still register as an independent. So it doesn't really change anything. Candidates don't have to, and like we heard in the past, and the town ones, no town has done it since '79. So my thing is just let's make the law consistent.
Representative Hamer, you recognized?
Thank you. I think this should be left to the cities and towns to decide. For instance, Manchester City Charter has a provision for all school board elections to be nonpartisan, and this would require a charter amendment, wouldn't it?
Enabling.
It's enabling. It's not requiring.
Enabling.
It's enabling. It's very similar to, it's identical to city or town elections, which allow for partisan. Manchester actually used to have a partisan ballot. Fun fact. I'll opine on this one real fast. So I'm going to vote in favor of this because I actually think it will do the thing that nobody really wants to say out loud, which is increase turnout in the town elections. Most of the voters do not know who the candidates are. That's why we have a party preference on a ballot, is to give voters a framework of this candidate generally agrees with this set of ideals. And that is how we have to understand the reality is that's probably how 80 to 85% of voters in the state make their decision. And while we may not all love that, that is just a fact. The town and city elections are honestly 15% turnout's kind of embarrassing. They're not. I love it when we hear the arguments of, oh, the school board represents the town. No, the school board represents 50% of 15%. So the school board represents like 7.5% of the voters at best. It's actually a very, very tiny minority because the turnout's so low. So anything that we can do that increases turnout in these elections will actually get a more representative body on the board. And by giving voters an option, if the town and the school board wants to do it, they don't have to do it. But if they want to do it, then they can enact this option. And they might. My guess is if the ballots became partisan, openly partisan, because in Manchester we have nonpartisan elections, and we all know it's a joke. We all know who the Republican is. And by the way, they spend $1 million, so it's not like, and they use the party mailers and stuff like that. So it's not like it's not known, but it's. I understand the opposition. We're just bringing in the law in line with the town select boards and the municipal boards. And I think you'll see increased voter turnout. And I think as voter turns out, you'll actually get boards that are representative of it, because it's very easy to go through the list of school boards across the state and find members on the school board that you wonder, how did this person get elected? And then you remember from this town and you remember, oh yeah, it's a 15% turnout election. So it's really not even close to representative of the town. I've grounded this act before, not about partisan elections in school district boards or town meetings. I've grounded the acts before of our municipal elections are really low turnout. And the irony is the overwhelming vast majority of government that you interact with on a daily basis is your town government. I'm going to end my rant here, but it's like stunning to me that the presidential election has the highest turnout when that has actually the least effect on people, and the election that has the least turnout is the one that actually like runs people into bankruptcy. So my goal on voting for this, it's enabling legislation. My goal is if a town adopts this, I would put money down that the election would then see an increased turnout, which has been a long-term goal of mine for these town elections. So that's the end of my rant. I'm happy to anybody else who wants to tell me I'm wrong. That's cool. Representative Bay.
Thank you, Chairman Barry. It's always enlightening to listen to your rant. To the point of they don't know who the candidate is, isn't that the point of campaigning? I know that when I ran, nobody knew who I was, and I campaigned the heck out of it. But my other point is with regard to making the laws the same. So there's already an enabling law to or enabling statute for town elections to be partisan. But I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but during the hearing, when it was asked how many towns have taken advantage of it, I believe there was none. So to the point of making the laws the same, you can also do it the other way and repeal that one so that there's no enabling.
Member is more than welcome to bring forward an amendment if we weren't going to vote on it today. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you for allowing me time to rant, because I have a rant that you overlooked me numerous times, but I agree with you on nearly everything you said, so that takes the sting out of my rant. I have really just a little bit to say. I have been a member of the Library Board of Trustees numerous times, and you'd think it was mostly a genteel event. And for the most part, that's absolutely true. We did not have a lot of partisan divide, but sometimes there was some, but that was very rare. I think that this would help voters understand more about who they're voting for and also understand what the situation is if there is no balance, okay? Because I think a lot of people assume balance when there's nonpartisanship, and it's not necessarily the case. And I'm seeing more and more of that. I think that we can overcome the partisan nature of some of these things with the same sort of attitudes that we have here in this partisan body, where we are polite to each other as every time it's possible. And then there was another point I was going to make. It was kind of important, and I forgot it. So, all right, thank you.
Further
I'm voting
discussion on
for
the
it.
bill, motion of ought to pass. Representative Brennan, recognized.
Thank you. I respectfully disagree with my colleague who seems to think that engaging in partisan elections will bring together communities and not further divide them. Because when I hear from my constituents, they're tired of the division that happens with partisanship. They want people to work together, and that is the basis for nonpartisan elections. It is working together to serve the community and the people that you're neighbors with. As my colleague Representative Bay pointed out, there are 0 towns that have enabled the partisan elections for municipal offices. This is harmful to students. We heard that testimony from Barrett Christina, that this would not be in the best interest of students and that our nonpartisan elections serve the students the best. And if we are inserting hyper-partisanship in our local elections, it would only contribute to more divisive rhetoric coming at the local level. This is not a good thing. We really, really need to avoid enabling partisan elections for school boards.
Okay, and with that, the clerk. Okay, yep, Representative Purdom O'Brien.
Thank you. I did remember what I wanted to say. I would feel differently about this if I could see more accurate reporting on what the opinions were of people that were running for these boards. But I feel sometimes in the last few years or so, there's been some obfuscation on that. I just want more information for people in these elections. I think that would increase turnout. I think this would be a good thing. Thank you.
Nobody's going to change their mind on this, so we're going to call the vote. The clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1099.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Purdom O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg? Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Wary?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Osborne? Representative Kutab? Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Ward?
No.
Representative Hamer?
No.
Representative Hamblett?
No.
Representative Palmer? Representative Bay?
No.
Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Howard?
No.
Representative Rafter?
No.
Chairman Barry?
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass fails on a vote of 10 to 10. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
I make a motion for inexpedient to legislate.
There's a motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is it seconded? Representative Brennan seconds. Is there any discussion on the bill? On the motion? Hearing none. The clerk will call the roll on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1099.
Representative Bohm?
No.
Representative Purdom O'Brien?
No.
Representative Quayle?
No.
Representative Ankerberg?
Nope.
Representative Burnham?
No.
Representative Wary? Representative Wood?
No.
Representative Osborne? Representative Kutab? Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward?
Yes.
Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamblett?
Yes.
Representative Palmer? Representative Bay?
Yes.
Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard. Representative Rafter. Chairman Barry.
Chair votes no. I always had to think about it because they get in the motion. Yes, 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 no. With that, the motion of any speech to legislate fails. House Bill 1099 will be reported out of committee without recommendation. Representative Bohm will be on the majority report. This is the OTP report. We call it the majority report. And Representative Lane, you will get me somebody for the quote minority report, which is not really the minority report because it's 1010. But okay, with that, we're going to close the executive session on House Bill 1099. We're actually getting towards we got two more here we're going to vote on today. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1149 relative to domicile, residency, voter registration, investigation, and voter verification letters relative to the terms resident, inhabitant, residence, and residency. On House Bill 1149, Representative Weary is recognized for a motion.
For ITL, please.
There's a motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1149. Is there a second?
I second that.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1149? Hearing none. When Madam Clerk is ready, she shall call the roll.
Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Yes.
Representative Quayle.
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg. Representative Burnham.
Yes.
Representative Wary.
Yes.
No.
Representative Ward.
No.
Representative Hamer.
No.
Representative Hamblett.
No.
Representative Palmer.
No.
Representative Bay. No. Representative Brennan.
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Rafter.
Oh.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes yes. With that, the motion of inexpedient to legislate fails. Representative Lane is recognized for a motion.
I move ought to pass.
Second. Representative Bay bails her out. The second. Is there any discussion on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1149? Seeing none, when Madam Clerk is ready, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Foam.
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
No.
No.
Representative Ankerberg. Representative Burnham.
No.
Representative Wary.
No.
Representative Wood.
No.
Representative Osborne. No. Representative Kutab. No. Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Ward.
Yes.
Representative Hamer.
Yes.
Representative Hamblett.
Yes.
Representative Palmer. Representative Bay.
Yes.
Representative Brennan. Yes. Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Rafter.
Yes.
Chairman Barry.
Chair votes no. And with that, the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1149 fails. The House Bill 1149 will be reported out of committee without recommendation. Representative Weary will be responsible for the quote-unquote majority. No, actually, excuse me. Representative Weary is responsible for the minority report, and Representative Lane will get me the name for the majority report. Excuse me. That I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 1149. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1119 relative to absentee ballots. Going to recognize Representative Prudhomme O'Brien for a motion.
I move that we amend
We go. Yeah, you just
So
move it OTP.
OTP.
Yep, and then
And
Mr.
then
I
I
believe
have an
Representative
amendment.
Quayle will likely second that.
Yes, correct.
Representative Quayle humbly seconds that. I'm psychic. And now, Representative KPO, I believe you'd like to make another motion.
I would like to move to amend.
Okay, we'll have a motion for amendment. Do you have the amendment number in the amendment?
Yes, we do. It is.
I can see it.
Yeah, thank you, Ralph. 0767H.
So Representative Prudhomme O'Brien moves amendment 2024-0767H. Is there a second?
Yes, I second it.
Representative Quayle bails her out. With that, we are in discussion on amendment 2024-0767H. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Yes, thank you. those of us who are really well organized and have the original bill in front of them, we're looking at page 2, line 31, where it simply says, "and either check 1," which is not really applicable. If we change it to give only one option, and that option is, "I would otherwise vote in person, but I have concerns for my safety traveling in the storm." When that's the case, we no longer need "and either check 1," as we previously did. So that's simply struck out. And you can see that on page 2, line 2, and then "I would otherwise vote in person, but I have concerns for my safety traveling in the storm" is now on line 7.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Lane.
I have a question, and I don't remember who it was during the testimony. They brought up that under 657:1, where we set out in the statute what the reasons are, have the two that we just deleted, but now the form doesn't match the statute. So I was just curious why we didn't change Roman numeral 2 under 657:2. That's
I'm frantically Googling. Hold on. You'll Google. All right, 657. And then you said Roman numeral.
it's :1 Roman numeral 2.
And you're looking at 2, and what were you looking to be changed?
Well, B, it says now that that's a reason. It says, and we just deleted it off the form. So I'm curious as to whether we need to delete it from here.
Wouldn't this cover them? For adults, because it's under this. I'm talking out loud, so anybody
Yeah.
feel free to jump in here. So 657:1 Roman numeral 2. When the National Weather Service has issued a winter storm warning, blizzard warning, or ice storm warning for election day applicable to the city, town, or unincorporated place, B says a person who cares for children or infirm adults who reasonably anticipates that school, childcare, or adult care will be canceled, who otherwise would have voted in person, but will be deterred from voting by the need to care for children or infirm adults, shall be considered absent for the purposes of this chapter and may vote absentee on the day immediately prior to the election. So the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I might be able to shed some light on that.
Please do.
The excuse for having children or an infirm adult to care for is already covered earlier in 657:1 as being construed as employment. So it's covered under the employment excuse earlier in that section. And so in the winter weather portion of the excuse, it's redundant, and that is how they did it when they modified the affidavit envelope last year sometime, I think.
To the weeds. Representative Lane, does this abate your concerns?
Yes, thank you, Representative Whaley.
Okay. With that, further discussion on the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please call the roll for the motion adopting Amendment 2024-0767H to House Bill 1119.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Perdomo O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Ankerberg,
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Wary,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Kutab, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Hamlet? Yes. Representative Palmer?
Yes.
Representative Bay? Yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Rafter? Chairman Barry?
Chair votes yes, and with that, the amendment carries 19 to 1. Representative Purnam O'Brien is now recognized for a new motion.
I move to OTPA HB 1119.
Representative Purnam O'Brien moves ought to pass this amendment with Amendment 2024-0767H to House Bill 1119. Representative Quayle, I believe, is going to second.
I do second that motion. Thank
Okay,
you.
excellent. With that, is there discussion on the bill? Representative Lane is recognized. We're on the discussion of the bill as amended on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Thank you. Because the amendment addressed the issues that we raised in the hearing, I'm going to vote ought to pass as amended. So just wanted, yeah.
Representative Katab is recognized.
I will be voting against this for a couple reasons. One, I believe Section 112 of Mason's Manual states that we should not legislate, debate, or discuss a matter that's awaiting adjudication before a judicial tribunal. And with the Dan Richards case, I think that we're currently awaiting a decision on that. And I think the justices were pretty clear there that it wasn't permissive legislative judgment to exceed the authority of the Constitution. The Constitution gave us 2 reasons for absentee voting, and those 2 reasons were if you were going to be absent from the town or by reason of disability. And they were also pretty clear that if that list was not meant to just be exclusive, that it would have been superfluous to put those 2 reasons. So for that reason, I think they've kind of indicated even that they're going to rule in favor in that. So I don't see a reason to put something out there that we know is going to be found unconstitutional. So thank you.
Is that to toss out your independent redistricting since you're soon over the maps? Sorry, I had to make the joke. It was an in the weeds joke. Further discussion on the bill as amended. Hearing none, the Madam Clerk will call the roll when she's ready. We are on the motion of ought to pass as amended with Amendment 2024-0767H to House Bill 1119.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Purdom O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Inkerberg?
Yes.
Representative Burnham? Yes. Representative Wary?
Yes.
Representative Wood?
Yes.
Representative Osborne? Yes. Representative Kutab?
No.
Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward? Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamlet? Yes. Representative Palmer? Yes. Representative Bay? Yes. Representative Brennan? Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard? Yes. Representative Rafter? Yes. Chairman Barry?
The chair votes yes. With that, the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1119 carries on a vote of 19 to 1. Is there any objection to this bill being placed on the consent calendar? Okay, you will be responsible for a minority report then. Okay, with that, and Representative Purdom O'Brien will be responsible for the majority report. Okay, so it's 4:30. Our great staff have entertained us long enough. I'm going to recess the rest of the bill, so excuse me while we do the world's fastest recess. I'm closing the executive session on House Bill 1119. So I'm going to recess a bunch of bills, and then I'm going to recess our working session. So get ready for the fastest gavel of the West. All right, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1085. Relative to public inspection of absentee ballots, I'm now going to recess the executive session on House Bill 1085. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1134 relative to inventory controls for paper ballots, and I'm going to recess the executive session on House Bill 1134. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1157 relative to overvoted and undervoted ballots, and I will be immediately recessing House Bill 1157. Going to open up the executive session on House Bill 1348 relative to polling places at which total ballots at which total ballot counts exceed the total number of registered voters, and I will immediately recess House Bill 1148. And finally, I will open up House Bill 11, the executive session on House Bill 1381 relative to required training on election procedures, and I will recess House Bill 1381. That concludes our executive session for the day. I will now open up our working sessions on bills. Oh my goodness, it's here somewhere. House Bills 1427, 6? House Bill, excuse me, I'm finding the paper. House Bills 1091 and what was the last one? And 1130 and 1133, and we will immediately recess. Thank you guys. That concludes our business for today. Sorry for the gavel, 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 but it's time to go.
Do we not
So-
have to recess to a specific